of the Planning Commission on October 26th. So our first item up would be approval of the minutes from October 12th.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes. For
I'll
October 12th.
second.
Okay, I have a motion by Amy and a second by Amy. Rick? Yes. Amy? Amy Berry?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
Amy Burrows?
Yes.
Brenda Shear?
Abstain since I was not there.
Thank you. Andreas?
I'll vote yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So that motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1 abstention. Oh, we're getting quite a few here. Okay. Can you help me sort them? All right. We move on to the approval or report of the chair and the vice chair. I have nothing to report. Do you have anything, Mike? Nope. Then over to the director. Who's being the director tonight? Amy?
Yeah, so a couple things. For those of you that don't know, I just wanted to mention that last week City Council approved 4 pretty big items. They approved the shared housing amendments. The RMF 30 amendments was approved. It does have 120 days before it actually will go into effect for the RMF 30 amendments. And then they adopted the ballpark station area plan, and they adopted the new off-street parking ordinance. So yeah, those changes will be in effect once those ordinances are published. I also wanted to mention tonight that you might notice that the motion sheets for the items that you're reviewing tonight have been really simplified. So we have a new template. We are trying to make them as simple as possible. They just refer to the staff report, so you might not see the actual conditions in the motion sheet. It will just say, we approve or, whatever consistent with the staff report or the conditions listed in the staff report. Hopefully that will make the motion process a little bit easier. And then another thing I wanted to mention is in the future, we are going to be bringing amendments that impact the HLC, the Historic Preservation Overlay, to the Planning Commission really early in the process, just as part of the director's report, to get your feedback on whether or not you want those items to go to the Landmark Commission for their feedback prior to coming to you. So that's going to be something that we will start doing as soon as we get an amendment that would impact a property in the Historic Overlay. And then we also have some changes. We have some upcoming meetings related to the Homeless Resource Center's overlay, and Kelsey's going to actually talk about those.
Good evening, commissioners. So the planning division is starting to work on the public engagement portion for the new Homeless Resource Center overlay. That would be applied to any future property to establish a new homeless resource center. This is in response to the moratorium that the council initiated last spring and gave us very specific goals and guidelines on coming up with a new process to establish new homeless resource centers. So for those interested in engaging, we do have a Facebook Live event next Tuesday at 10 a.m. And then we have an in-person open house Thursday, November 10th at the Public Safety Building at 6 to 8 in that evening. Any additional information can be found on our website, just slc.gov/planning and current projects. And I'm one of the project managers, so any additional questions could be referred to me. Thank you.
I think that's all we've got tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Just check it, making sure somebody's on it.
Yeah, we'll be watching the email as well as the public comment period for raised hands for virtual attendees.
All right, we'll move on. We have our 10-minute planning commission conversation if anybody has any issues they want to bring up.
I wonder if field trips are considered to be restarted, if we're going to do field trips again sometime.
I haven't heard anything one way or the other. I'll ask.
Great. I heard they were good, useful, helpful.
They are. Anything else? Okay, we'll move on to the first item on the agenda. A conditional use for a contractor's yard / office at approximately 1638 West Dalton Avenue, case number PLN PCM 2022-00735. Trevor, nice to meet you.
All righty. Can you hear me? Thanks. Everyone tells me I need to get as loud, as close to the microphone as I can, so I'm going to try to not eat it. Alrighty. So this is a request from Tyler Blaine to establish a contractor's yard / office at 1638 West Dalton Ave. Tyler's company, Modern Craftsman, fabricates and installs countertops, fireplaces, and other handcrafted functional works of art. Tyler has stated that no products for sale will be manufactured on site and that the property will be used to park company trucks and trailers and to stage products and materials prior to site delivery. So a contractor's yard / office is a conditional use in this zoning district, which is CC, Commercial Corridor, and requires a planning commission hearing because the subject property abuts a residential use, one single-family home to the east. Outdoor storage may be permitted as an accessory use to this principal use, but it must be located behind the primary facade of the principal structure and screened with a solid wall or fence. And the subject property is currently under enforcement for several zoning violations, including outdoor storage in prohibited areas. And this request also includes approval of an overheight screening fence, which requires a little bit of explanation, so keep that in mind, and we'll come back to it in a second. So staff is recommending approval with two conditions: that all currently unscreened storage be removed from the property or moved to a permitted location, and that the dumpster is screened with a solid wall or fence. And we did regular noticing for this project and received one comment from the Glendale Neighborhood Council who supported the request. So this is a vicinity map of the subject property. As you can see, it has a unique shape and it's landlocked. The property is accessed by a 20-foot wide easement through the adjacent property to the west, with access off of Redwood Road. And this is a site plan submitted by the applicant. And this is that same site plan with some clarifying additions made by staff. And as you can see, outdoor storage can be permitted in both of those highlighted areas, but it needs to be screened with a solid wall or fence. So here is a picture of that overheight screening fence I mentioned earlier for context. And now I'll get into the explanation for that fence. So, because of the unique shape of this property, we have to look at the definition of front lot line from the zoning code, which states that in the case of landlocked land, the front lot line shall be the lot that faces the access to the lot. So because of that definition, we need to consider that west property line the front lot line. And now we'll take a look at the fence standards in 21A 4120 and provision E1B1 that limits fence height between the front property line and the primary facade of the principal structure to 4 feet. So the area between those two red arrows, fence height is limited to 4 feet, and that existing fence is 6 feet. So it's out of compliance to that standard, but here's the plot twist. E4I allows additional fence height as part of conditional use approval. So the Planning Commission has the authority to approve that overheight fence with this request. And then, so after taking a look at the conditional use standards, detrimental impacts, and zoning standards, staff believes that this proposal meets the standards and recommends approval with the conditions mentioned earlier in my presentation. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I believe the applicant is in the audience as well.
Any questions for Trevor?
I have a question, Madam Chair. Trevor, so the existing fence, is that this one?
Yeah.
That's 6 foot tall and that's considered the front?
So it's kind of confusing because of the unique shape of the property.
I do understand that. I'm just asking that then we're considering this existing fence 6 feet tall, and this is technically the front of the property line per the code interpretation.
Yeah, so what you're looking at there is the front facade of the building. So what's behind that fence would be a permitted location for outdoor storage.
So we're just saying that this fence can stay.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not going
correct.
to be expanded or anything like that.
Yep, that's correct.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Does the applicant want to speak? I mean, he's certainly welcome to, but if he doesn't want to,
He may not be here.
oh, okay. Okay, well, we'll move on to, okay. Okay, hang tight. We're going to move on to I'll open the public hearing now. Is there anyone from the community council for this item?
I do have a question.
Wait. Is there anyone here from the community council? No. Okay, if you would like to speak on this topic, I need you to go over to the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes. The one over there at the podium.
Eric Flores. We have a residence just down the street from there. Our only concern is the easement. We want to make sure that there's not going to be any issues getting into the residence because there's more property further, it would be east, southeast of that or southwest of that. There's more property there. We just want to make sure that the easement will be free.
Okay, we'll ask when we get to the end.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was brought up or if...
I can't answer it right now, but we'll
Okay,
follow up on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this item? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Trevor, can you answer that question?
So there's nothing in the proposal that would block that easement going down to Redwood Road. And if the applicant has anything else to say, he can chime in, but yeah, I don't think
Are
there's
you aware of
anything.
anything that would block the easement? Okay, you need to speak into the microphone. Sorry, it's,
Proposal is there's nothing that would inhibit their access.
thank you. Okay, any more questions from the commission? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Amy.
Based on the information presented in the discussion, I move that the commission approve this application with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second. And a second from Andra. Mike?
Yes.
Andreas?
I'll vote yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
Amy Burrows?
Yes.
Kendra?
Yes.
Amy Berry?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And the chair will vote yes. That makes it unanimous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 0. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Liz? Remind me to ask for the emails or the. So this item is a design review for a mixed-use development at approximately 152 North, 500 West, case number PLN PCM 2022-00586. Are you ready?
Yes,
Thank you.
Okay, so the applicant is requesting design review approval to allow for modifications to the design standards that are required for this project. The requested design standard modifications are for the building setback, ground floor use, ground floor building materials.
Your presentation isn't sharing.
I don't know how to use a Mac.
Sorry.
Can we get her some help? Most of it. Okay.
Better, okay. Okay, so the requested design standard modifications are for the building setbacks, ground floor use, ground floor building materials, ground floor glass, building entrances, and building length. I'll go into more depth in these in a few slides. And staff is recommending approval of the request with one condition, which I'll go over at the end of my presentation. So the subject site is located at 152 North, 500 West in the TSA UCC zoning district. It has 3 street frontages: Hardware Avenue to the north, which is a private street, 490 West, and North Temple, which are both public streets. It's also next to the North Temple Frontrunner Station and the stair/elevator access point to the North Temple Guadalupe track station, which is on top of North Temple. To the north are existing multifamily developments, and to the east is the hardware office building. These are just some site photos of what's existing. So looking west, that's the North Temple Frontrunner Station, and then southeast, you can see the North Temple Viaduct and the hardware office building. And then looking east, this is directly on what is Hardware Avenue. So to the left, you can see those existing apartment buildings, and then further down is the existing hardware office building. So the south property line of this property is up against the North Temple overpass. So the first photo is looking east, right up against the North Temple Viaduct. And then the next photo is looking west. It's a little further away from the property, but it's looking west towards the North Temple Frontrunner Station. So kind of giving you an idea of how this viaduct is going to be interacting with the site and project. So from those photos I just showed you, you can see that it is an existing parking lot. And the proposal is to build a new 8-story mixed-use building. It's about 80 feet in height. It will have 344 residential units, about 883 square feet of commercial space. The basement and first 3 levels of the building are the parking garage, which will have a total of 797 stalls, which 344 of those are for the residential units. 453 are for the commercial use, and the hardware office building to the east. So originally this project came to staff as a TSA development score review. Staff awarded the TSA application 113 points out of the 128 requested. So that's one of the reasons why it's here today. It could not get administrative approval. It requires Planning Commission approval for the TSA, which you can find that scoring sheet in the staff report on page 94. And then staff also found that the proposal did not meet multiple design standards, which I just kind of listed for you a couple slides ago. And then previously, the Planning Commission did hear this request at a work session in September, and you did provide the applicant some feedback. So the proposal being reviewed today is what the applicant came back with after that work session. In the staff report, there is a detailed analysis of how the proposal meets the standards of approval as listed on the slide. That starts on page 90 of the staff report, as well as how the proposal is in compliance with the identified adopted plans, and that starts on page 4 of the staff report. So getting into the requested modifications. The first modification request is to increase the building setbacks. So the TSA district requires 50% of the building to be within 5 feet of the property line. It allows a maximum setback of 15 feet if plazas, courtyards, or outdoor dining are proposed within that setback. Hardware Avenue and North Temple do not meet this standard. The applicant is requesting an increase in setbacks on Hardware Avenue to set the building back between 7 and 10 feet, and then North Temple between 8 and 16 feet. You can kind of see on this slide that, and the plans, that the setbacks vary as you go along the building, which is why I'm describing them in a range. Hardware Avenue is a private street, and it is designed to have on-street parallel parking, which will increase the size of the right-of-way. The proposed design of the street, however, does have an attractive streetscape with street trees, plantings against the building, and that east corner is a plaza area. The south property line, which is North Temple, abuts the existing at-grade sidewalk. At grade, this is the wall of that North Temple viaduct. So having the building set back further from the property line creates a wider corridor, which will make this area more comfortable for pedestrians to use. Having it up against the property line would just create a canyon-like feel, so staff is in agreement that the setback does need to be pushed back. Ground floor use along 490 West. The request is for a reduction in the ground floor use. The standards require 80% of the ground floor use to be a use other than parking, and those uses must extend at least 25 feet into the building. The intent of this standard is to promote a walkable environment that emphasizes comfort and safety and activates the sidewalk. On 490 West, the applicant is proposing commercial space that is 883 square feet, which is about 10% of the ground floor. That space is located on the south corner of the building, which is the corner of 490 West and North Temple. And that primary entrance into the commercial space is facing 490 West. There are additional uses that help make this ground floor active. The residential unit, which is on the north corner, and then kind of in the middle, the bicycle storage and shop. So the uses, and as I get further in my presentation, the design elements of this facade do help the proposal to meet the intent of this standard. And this is just a rendering of 490 West, so you can just kind of see what it looks like. This request also includes North Temple. So again, they're asking for a reduction. As I discussed in the previous slide, the commercial space that's on the corner of 490 West and North Temple, it also does, again, face North Temple, and it's about 7% of the ground floor. The majority of the North Temple facade, ground floor facade, is the parking garage, which is right in the middle. So North Temple does include a couple of mechanical rooms and then, again, the commercial space. It is minimal ground floor use outside of parking, but Staff is of the opinion that the architectural design of the ground floor, the proposed enhanced landscaping area, and the commercial space, which will include outdoor seating, does create an active and visually interesting public right-of-way and increases the eyes on the street along this corridor, which meets the intent of this standard. These are renderings that show you what 490 West in that corner will look like. Okay, the next request is to reduce the amount required for ground floor building materials. 90% of the ground floor materials are required to be durable, which is like stone, brick, masonry. The purpose of this standard is to create interest and interaction with the building at street level. 490 West consists of 69% durable materials, that's brick and concrete paneling. Then 31% is metal paneling, and the metal paneling is not considered to be a durable material. There is a significant percentage of glass on this elevation, which breaks up the ground floor material application. Staff is of the opinion that the proposed design creates a vertical emphasis and facilitates interaction with the pedestrian on the street level, which meets the intent of this standard. So for North Temple, again, it's a reduction for ground floor material. North Temple includes 58% durable materials, primarily consisting of brick and concrete paneling. The corners are wrapped with durable material and glazing, and then the middle portion of this facade is the exterior of the parking garage. It is a significant portion of this elevation. The applicant is proposing to clad the garage with metal screening, and again, that metal screening is not a durable material. So in order to address the building material concerns of the parking garage, the applicant has increased the visual interest of the metal screening by creating a unique design. It incorporates a varied undulation of the metal, and staff is of the opinion that the combination of the metal paneling design elements and the proposed durable building materials does create a more visually interesting facade, and that meets this standard. This request is to reduce the amount of glass that is required for the ground floor along North Temple. This standard requires 60% of the facade between 3 and 8 feet above the grade consists of glass. The intent of this standard is to facilitate interest, increase safety, and maximize transparency of the ground floor facades. The applicant is requesting to reduce the required 60% to about 43% on North Temple. So the majority of the glass along North Temple is on the corners of the building, and to address the concern of visibility from the parking garage, the applicant has done a couple of things. Again, the metal screening is proposed, but is designed to provide movement along the facade. And then they're proposing outdoor seating at that commercial area, which on the screen is to your left, and an enhanced landscaping area, which will also allow for seating. It does create a usable space for pedestrians. These elements do help create a visual interest to the corridor and could help with getting more eyes on the street. The next request is a reduction in operable building entrances. This standard requires an operable building entrance every 40 feet of the street-facing facade. The intent is to engage the public sphere and orient the building to the adjacent street. Along 490 West, the applicant is requesting that the required 7 entrances be reduced to 5 entrances along the facade. There are multiple different uses proposed for the ground floor, as I went over in a previous slide, and the proposed entrances do go into these areas. Therefore, what is proposed is appropriate for the design of the ground floor. And then the parking garage in the middle of the facade, it does not count as a building entrance. And so staff is of the opinion that the intent of this standard is being met by the design. Building entrances along North Temple. North Temple is required to have 8 entrances, and the applicant is proposing to reduce that amount to 0. Again, to address the concerns for not meeting this standard, the applicant has wrapped the windows on the corners of the building, increased the outdoor seating, and created a larger corridor. Staff believes that these additional elements could increase the comfort of pedestrians who utilize the space. The North Temple corridor is heavily trafficked by pedestrians making their way to the front runner station, and these design elements help make this corridor feel safe and engage the public sphere as intended by the standard. Building facade length. The maximum allowed length of a street-facing facade in this TSA district is 200 feet. The intent of this standard is to mitigate excessive building lengths that have an impact on the pedestrian well. The building is proposed to be a total length of approximately 324 feet on the north and south facades, so Hardware Avenue, North Temple, and approximately 311 feet along 490 West. The purple on the screen is the property line, the lengths of the property lines. So you can see those facades are pretty much taking up the entire block property. So in order to comply with this modification to exceed the 200-foot limit, the proposed design of the building does include vertical and horizontal breaks, material changes, and massing changes on the facades. My presentation doesn't have these photos in there, but on page 30, there is a rendering that does show how the building is broken up vertically, horizontally, and how the massing applies to the building. So 490 West and North Temple have large step backs on the middle portion of the upper levels, which you can see in this drawing. One says pool courtyard along 490 West, and the other one is a dog run courtyard. These step backs allow, again, for those rooftop courtyards. As previously discussed, the proposed design elements on both facades do help break up the ground floor as well as the upper floors. So staff does believe that this proposal is meeting the intent of this standard. So after staff's analysis, which can be found in the staff report, it is of staff's opinion that the request generally meets the applicable design review standards, and therefore recommends approval of the request with one condition, that a lighting plan be submitted that meets the design standard K and the approval be delegated to staff. Staff's biggest concern, the reasoning for this condition is just regarding the lighting along North Temple. You know, we want to make sure it has to meet this design standard, but we want to, you know, be sure of that and make sure that this corridor is adequately lighted. So that's my presentation. Before I hand time over to the applicant, do you guys have any questions for me?
Yeah, thanks. I noticed there's some bikes on the walkway. How big is that? Is that intended as a multi-use path with the bike? Like people are riding bikes in the renderings, and I'm trying to figure out how wide that is. Is that wide enough for people to be riding bikes? Because I think that's what the applicant envisions.
The existing sidewalk's about 8 feet. And
So there's two renderings where they're riding bikes. One is on the southwest corner, I think 500. I think it's 500 Temple, and then the other one is a walkway that I think is new to this site. And I'm trying to understand the width of this. It's
So this isn't the new.
This is the south walkway. It's on
North Temple.
It's on North Temple. That is not new. How wide is that walkway?
So the existing sidewalk is about 8 feet, and they do add like addition to that sidewalk a little bit. I don't know how much they add. It varies. I think there's a better site plan in the staff report that like the landscaping plan that shows a better idea of like what that will look like.
Okay, we don't know how wide it is though.
I don't have a measurement for you. The applicant might know though.
Brenda, did you have something? Anyone else have questions for Liz? Your applicant's here. Come on up. Speak close to the microphone. State your name for the record, and you'll have about 10 minutes.
Also, one of the applicants, Mark Isaac, is joining virtually. So Mark, if you're listening, you are unmuted.
Thank you, members of the commission. I'm Tim Stanley with Cherry Tree Partners, the development sponsor. And we're here with KBS, who is the owner of the hardware building as well as the parking lot for the subject development. And we thank you for the opportunity to return and present our mixed-use project, which fills out a key piece of the hardware district. Thank you. Our brief presentation tonight is intended to address what we heard from the Planning Commission at our study session a month ago, and how we have responded to that valuable feedback, for which Liz has already kind of elaborated to some degree. We'll respond in our own words. The four major points that we have heard were first, to activate the southwest corner of the property across from the front runner, where we expect to have substantial circulation of pedestrians from the front runner station. And the suggestion was the relocation of retail to activate that corner. The second major point that we heard and responded to was how to treat the garage along North Temple, and we'll elaborate on that a little bit. Third was how to create a pedestrian space that is both safe and interesting for the public that will be circulating through that area as an important point. And lastly, how we address the issue of massing, particularly along this unique circumstance of North Temple, where we have a large viaduct that is at times 25 to 30 feet in the air off the ground in this unique circumstance. So for those four items, I'm going to turn it over to Evan Haslam from Dwell Architects to speak to those points.
Yeah, so
Get up close to the mic.
Tim doesn't want to drive, so I'll drive.
Oh, okay.
Like Tim said, I'm Evan Haslam with Dwell Design Studio. So again, thank you for letting us kind of address. We felt it was really important, to Tim's point, to kind of address the comments that we had from our working session, which we really appreciated the time and the feedback. As he mentioned, this first slide is really just illustrating that, Commissioner Christensen and Lee had comments about shifting that coffee shop, that retail, to the southwest corner, which we totally agreed with. That it definitely helps activate that corner in relationship to the transit station. That's something that we wanted to make sure we addressed. This slide is to just show our previous elevation versus our revised elevation in that central portion of the parking garage that's along North Temple, and that we've added this screening element, this dynamic screening element, to help visual interest along that corridor, pedestrian corridor along North Temple. These slides are also, all these renderings are in your packet. I just wanted to blow them up and get them a little more visual. This is the retail on the southwest corner, and I'm just gonna,
You just go back one, because let's take the moment, because this is where the bicycle was, to clarify the comment. There is a bike shop that is not necessarily earmarked for the corner, but around the corner. And the installation, put a bike on this path was to, evoke that there will be a bike shop, commercial space in the area. In terms of the width of that walkway, it's really at its narrowest point is, I believe it's 8 feet, and that is on the ramp that there's a grade change that is actually a ramp that is existing today that is at 8. So it's not necessarily designed for bikes, but there certainly will be bike uses in and around this area.
Yeah, we passed this existing ramp, which this is looking west from when you're going down this pedestrian path. Past that point, we've expanded the sidewalk and have this kind of undulating retaining wall that, enhance landscaping and a much more friendly pedestrian experience. You got to get to the ramp, but after that it widens quite a bit. It varies, so we don't, up to the point where you get to the coffee shop, and then the hardscape is right up against the building. So it widens as you're getting closer and closer to the southwest corner. The last item that we wanted to address was really Chair Berry's comments about the facade and the length of that. We kind of mentioned earlier in our previous presentation about we've focused a ton on making sure that each of these four corners, since this is very visible from all four corners, has a very strong massing, and that in between those, as was mentioned by Liz, that we've stepped the courtyards back and created a break, not only in material, but in massing itself, which is also in your packet, that I think helps address that. And then the screening element that we've added has broken that up between that section along North Temple. So hopefully, we feel that that addresses the concerns with how long that facade is along North Temple. And the setback that we are requesting definitely helps with the spatial fill back there and not being so close to the viaduct. This last rendering is not in your packet, but we did want to share something that shows a little more context. This is a view from the viaduct down facing northeast. So you're seeing 490 West on the bottom side, and then you're seeing the pedestrian access along North Temple up to the track station. So this helps illustrate, I feel, a lot better the break in the facade up at the podium level and then the interaction that we've created at the pedestrian level. So.
Yeah, I would just add, looking down, it wasn't evident in the last time we were, the building has not changed, but that there's a substantial step back in the building at the level of the eye level of the viaduct along North Temple that you can see. You can see where the building steps back and kind of breaks up the massing in a fairly significant way.
That's all.
Nice. Does your colleague that's on the virtual meeting have anything he wants to add?
He's there to answer questions if,
Okay.
if
Okay.
necessary.
Yes.
So, do we have any questions?
Good evening.
from
I'm
the-
here just in case anyone had any questions of me. I'm a little, I'm 4-hour time change, so it's slightly different time of day. I wanted to be available just because there were so many questions directed to us during the work session.
Okay. We appreciate that. Any questions from Amy?
I do, I'll start. So I'm curious, if we're looking at the large, the 311 feet of building length, so is the east elevation along, would be 4th West, is that what is on page 26 of your part of this report? I'm curious what that street is actually looking like. The building on that street as well.
I don't have the staff report pulled up, so I'm not sure what sheet. Liz might be able to help answer that.
There's this rendering, it says east elevation, but I don't know if that's the right one.
As in it may be mislabeled? Is that what you're thinking?
I want to know that I'm looking at the right thing.
Sorry, what was the page number again?
26.
26. Oh, you had it on it.
Is this what you're looking at?
I can't hear you, Liz.
Is this what you're looking at?
No.
So 26 in this, it's not the same as the staff report. Page 26 is just the department review comments. So I think in the PDF it's different.
Commissioner Barry, it looks like it was the prior submittal. Is that what you're looking at? Page 26 of their packet within the staff report?
Yes.
Okay, so I believe that yeah, it says east elevation.
Way that we can, sorry, I don't have a way to look. Do we look at?
What page is that in our staff report?
I don't know, because when their packet gets inserted in the staff report, we lose page number sequence.
38.
So I have no idea.
But this is just the.
No, it's page 26 of their part of the packet. I don't see like a sequential page numbering when those get inserted. So I'm just curious what the east part of this building is going to look like, because is there going to be, because right now it's a parking lot, is that
Page
particular
86.
parking lot?
It's page 86.
Yeah, like that doesn't mean anything in terms of how this is presenting for me.
Yeah, okay, but I'm just saying, for
everyone
anyone who
else.
it is presenting for, it's on page 86.
Yeah, so if we can find a page that helps me. Once their part of the design review gets inserted, I don't have page numbers. So
So this rendering right here in the top left-hand corner is the southeast corner, so you're seeing the east elevation right here along the right.
Okay, so in between there, what is now a parking lot that it isn't showing on the property line for this particular building, is that going to remain parking lot, or how close are you getting to the other building?
I don't believe there's going to be any parking. It's going to be more of a plaza pass-through way for vehicles to circulate from the private hardware street into the parking structure to service both the office building
So,
and the
see, I
apartments.
can't even keep this enlarged.
Yes.
You're going to have vehicle access from Hardware Street to North Temple on the east side
Not
of
all
it?
the way through, no. It's just vehicular access off of Hardware Avenue into the parking deck that is
Is the parking deck only accessed by 490 West, though, correct?
No.
490 West and off of Hardware.
Okay.
So that would be predominantly the for the office building for which this mixed-use development reparks. The entrance for the tenants of the office, the hardware building,
Okay.
would circulate through, and the vehicular traffic goes about halfway down that space between the two buildings.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of what I wanted to understand better.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Anyone else have questions
Okay,
for the
can you go
applicant?
back to the 490 facade, sort of bird's eye that you were showing us, the final slide that you were showing us, a rendering? That?
Yep.
That one, yes, thank you.
That one, okay.
So what strikes me about this, and I apologize that I was not here when you came before the work session, is that in some ways you've very successfully identified these corners in some ways and sort of called them out as almost like different buildings. And we see in our own ways that the other hardware buildings that are around you have long facades, but they very successfully look as though the buildings are broken up into actually different buildings. Here, I think we're a little confused. And I'm wondering if there's some reason why the bottom section of the building has a different color scheme, a different everything. And so it looks, for example, this corner that presents itself to us here is kind of overlapped instead of seeing it as a separate kind of object. Does that make sense to you? Does that comment make sense to you?
I think I get what you're asking. You know, on the ground floor plane in the pedestrian experience.
Yeah, the ground floor and the parking level, so the whole sort of brown section through there, instead of sort of the brown part being confined to the area underneath the courtyard, where I would expect it to be in terms of color, okay, in terms of
color,
facade,
right, material.
expression, okay. We have it's kind of overlapping with this white building on the corner.
So the overlapping, I don't quite follow, but we have popped out each of these corners so that as far as plane, and it's really hard, this rendering doesn't really do it a whole lot of justice because it does look like it's in the same plane. But we have bumped out the corners at least 2 feet more in some areas to help break up the actual plane, not just the material change.
I understand what you're saying, but you're talking about the corner as just this, the part that is continuously, in this rendering, white from top to bottom, not from top to bottom, but almost top to bottom.
Right.
Right? I'm talking about reading that corner building as a building instead of the little white building on the corner and then a sort of half white, half brown, sort of something that keeps going. In other words, for me, this is an opportunity to say this mass that extends all the way up in height is one thing. It is a mass of a building, and it goes all the way down to the ground.
Yeah, well, I see what you're saying.
Okay, and the same on the other corner where I'm not sure that elevation is exactly the elevation I'm seeing when I look at, yeah, you have a similar issue on on the north end as well. If I'm reading no, that's the south elevation, sorry. Yeah, where it's a little bit confused, whereas it would seem to me that you have an opportunity to really make these masses on the corner stand out as masses that go from top to bottom, and not this kind of confusion that part of the building extends this way and part of it extends that way and so forth. So if there's an if we can manage to fix that, because I think this is an incredibly important view of this particular property, because this is one of the views that people will see as they come into Salt Lake City, as they enter downtown. So I would really like us to put our best foot forward here and make I've always admired the architecture of the hardware buildings, because they don't mess around with like a million different expressions and materials. They're basically the hardware building itself is all one thing from top to bottom, you know. So, and the salt projects are also have that similar situation where, commissioners, if you want to follow along what I'm saying, on page 88, just a couple pages after the one Amy was looking at, you can see the salt projects and how they are, you know, brick from top to bottom, or that they have a continuity from the top to the bottom of the building, so that you really read them as separate buildings. I'd like to see us manage that on this particular project as well, especially since you do and have very nicely, I think, sort of isolated these four corners as important things. I'd like to see those four corners really be four corners, top to bottom, architecturally.
Right, and I feel like our approach there is also, you know, as far as North Temple's view, right? You're not going to get that glimpse below the viaduct.
Well,
you're going to read this building from the podium up, coming in from North Temple. So, not to say that that's the sole reason for our design intent, but that was one of the reasons why we broke the building up more above the deck than below, and treated it in smaller portions below the deck.
I think the below deck reading is important too. Even people getting off the front runner, you know, approaching you down this way, you're going to read that as well. So I think that the below and above the deck ought to have a similar reading on these corners in particular. And that would also, I think, help to break up the length of this part of the middle part of that facade there on the ground level.
Anything else from the commission? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the community council here for this item? Do you have any cards for number 2? Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this item, number 2? Is there anyone online who would like to speak on number 2? No emails?
Not at this
No
time.
public comment. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission, and we'll discuss it.
So I'll just start the discussion. I think Brenda has some good points. I really like the new articulation of North Temple in the undulating, the screening for the parking garage. I actually think that's really nice. And it does do a really good job of visually breaking that up in many aspects as you look at it. But I do think Brenda makes a good point on those corners, because I think the 490 West facade still feels really, really darn long. There's better treatment on North Temple because of that increased setback, and but 490 West still feels really long, and I do think if you visually brought those corners out to be more prominent looking, it would certainly help with the feeling of that being 311 feet.
Anyone else? Does somebody want to make a motion? Amy? Oh, go ahead if you like. Yes? No? Maybe?
Well, I was just looking at the TSA points scoring sheet, and I wish they'd done something else to get more points. So it could be administratively approved. You know what I mean? There's a lot of good things on that list that they could have done.
So we were above the point list, but because of the requirements of ground floor use on North Temple and other requirements, it put us below the required amount
Yeah,
of
there's
points.
the one, right, the one eyes on the street, because your street use is mostly parking.
So I think the point threshold for administrative approval is 125, and I believe Liz said it was 113 points that they received. And even if they had received enough points for an administrative approval for a TSA score, they would still be here tonight because they're requesting modifications.
Those design modifications?
Yeah.
Like how long it is and stuff?
So
other
it's the
design.
TSA score as well as all of the modifications they're requesting.
Fine.
Thank you, Amy.
There's some good things on that TSA points list, though.
Okay. Thank you,
So,
Amy.
Brenda, I don't know if you feel like that this is something you would want to put in as an additional condition, or if you feel like, since I'm not an
I'd
architect.
be happy to, if the commission felt like that was something that they also agreed with, and I'd like to hear from, I thank you, Amy, for that, but if there were others who have comments on that.
I guess I would just be concerned about adding costs at this stage of the process, and I'd kind of like to hear from the applicant about what their ballpark would do to the, and how it's going to translate into rents, because we know every time we ask for a modification, it ends up with higher rents. And so I guess that's my concern about a modification at this stage, but that's sort of my concern.
Could you answer that?
Yeah, I'll answer. Tim Stanley. First of all, with respect to the points, just to clarify Evan's comment, we submitted with the proper point total, knowing, and then as the process unfolded, because of the exceptions that we were asking for from staff as stipulated, it was, we were going to have to be in front of the Planning Commission anyway, not approved administratively. And then as we submitted our application and were informed by staff that because of certain judgments on staff, the point total, did not meet the 125 point threshold, because we were already heading to Planning Commission. We didn't amend the point total at that point in time, or contest it. With respect to Andra's comment, what I would say is, design. The first part is a subjective experience by definition. With respect to the comments that we've received and understand, there's the question of cost, but it's really about time. This project stands to move forward. It is tremendously costly from a time perspective to stop and redesign and hope to get to some spot after being here a month ago and receiving feedback already as to where we are. So it puts us in a spot that likely dramatically delays the project, and that will end up in a substantial cost to the project.
And you are paying financing costs during this time, right?
Yeah.
You're paying financing every month, yeah.
However, I would also say that what you're really looking at probably is a change in brick color, which I don't think is going to be a huge cost to you.
When I look at the picture on page 89 of our presentation, like how close that one corner we're looking at in particular, where you look down and see the pool and stuff, that's going to be right up against the hardware building, right? And right up against, like, the entire length of that building. That viaduct is really high, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
30.
So, like, no one will ever have the view. I think that because there's a building right against it, and otherwise there's the road is right against it. So I feel like that corner maybe isn't this corner, like hardware buildings right here. Oh, this is the road, but this is
Not the
hardware
corner with the hardware building. The
Okay.
hardware building is in the background in this.
So the hardware building corner and the road corner maybe is not a big deal, right? But if the other corners,
I
as
think the
design
hardware,
experts,
the elevation, the other elevations are actually doing this already, basically. They're
Yeah.
already doing what I'm asking to be done, which is to continue the, when you have a, when you have something above the deck, to take the material or the color down through the lower deck, the lower part.
the other elevations of this building or in the
Yes,
neighborhood
of this
adjoining.
building. The other elevations of this building, the facade on the North Temple side already does that, and does it, as Amy was saying, pretty successfully.
Not the side
It's
against
just
the
right
hardwood.
here on the 490 facade that it doesn't do it.
I guess I still don't see why this design looks any worse than the renderings that we have where it's all one color. To me, that doesn't look any better. I guess I just don't see the difference. This to me looks just as vibrant as the one where it's all one color. Is that, I don't know, maybe I don't have a degree in architecture or design, but
If somebody
If
wants to
I'm
suggest-
following Brenda, if I may, it's Mark Isaac. If you look at this rendering right here where we've got the bike imagery on the ground floor in the glazing on the right-hand side on the bottom, right above it, we have 4 panels or 4 levels of white on the upper deck, on the upper, stick frame above the podium. If we carried that white brick color straight down to the streetscape, right where the arrow is currently, it would demonstrate that that building kind of looked like a standalone building with the white down to the floor, and then it dramatically reduces the middle massing of the gray area that I think caught your attention in the first place, Brenda. Hopefully I'm gaining traction in how you were thinking.
You absolutely have what I am thinking.
And so if we just took that white Pantone in brick, right where the arrow is, straight down to the vertical, it makes that hard southwest corner look like a standalone white building. Then you've got a gray massing in the middle, and then you've got another building on the very northwest corner that looks different again. And we create 3 distinct feeling buildings. And I think if we did that piece, is that closer to that thought process of creating the breakup for you, Amy, on 311 feet?
Yes, that's absolutely what I'm talking about. Yeah, I think
That is also what I'm talking about.
You got it. You got it completely.
And
So-
Evan, for you and that Pantone and brick, just as Brenda mentioned earlier, the Pantone and brick doesn't move the needle for us. It's an imagery thing. This is something that we could do and demonstrate offline and make this particular facade right. Because the rest of the building on the other 3 sides show more of that vertical connection to the ground floor. And this one doesn't in the middle section. And I think that's a real easy minor modification, and we can put it as a condition of approval. But I'm really comfortable if we did something like that, Brenda, if it made you feel better with it.
That would make me feel better.
Do you want to make a motion to that effect?
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Let's see what I can do.
You can do it. I know you can.
They're so simple now. They're so simple now.
She has to add the
I do.
condition.
Alrighty then. Based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission approve this application. I don't have to say the application number anymore. Ooh, okay. I move that the commission approve this application with the conditions listed in the staff report, and with also an additional condition that the facade of the southwest corner of the project is modified so that it looks more like one solid building.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion by Brenda, a second by Rick. Are you guys okay with that?
Yes. Thank you.
You understand what she's doing?
We understand what Brenda is requesting.
Brenda?
Is this going to be okay as a motion?
So just to clarify, in your motion, you mentioned that to bring it down to make it look like one building? Was the
Yes.
purpose to break it up, or that's what you meant to say? Just for clarifying.
No, I meant to, so that the corner looks like one building.
Okay, perfect.
And also, we might add that that would be something that staff could approve.
That would be a good addition.
Okay.
Rick, are you okay with those amendments?
I am.
Thank
I'll
you.
second it again.
Okay. Shall we try this now? Andreas?
I'll vote yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
Amy Burrows?
Yes.
Amy Berry?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's unanimous with 8 votes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our item number 3. Great. Design review for a mixed-use development at approximately 330 West, 800 South. Case number PLN PCM 2022-00694. Take it away, Aaron.
All right. Let me just pull up the presentation and then we'll get right to it.
Okay, you're going to have to get really close.
We'll get right to it when I pull up the presentation. Okay.
That's not sharing.
What?
Not sharing.
You're not,
Oh,
your presentation isn't up.
I forgot a step. Share screen. That's a newer Mac. It's got some features I'm not used to. Okay, here we are. So today we're going over a design review request for a project known as 800S, located at approximately 330 West, 800 South. This design review request is before you because the applicant is requesting a modification to the maximum allowed height, or it's not a modification, asking for additional height and additional review. Here on the slide, you can see that this project will have 336 residential units, have retail on the ground floor. The proposed height is 86.3 feet approximately. It straddles 2 zoning districts, and in the CG district, we'll go to the site plan in a second, to the west, the max height is 60 feet without design review and up to 90 feet through this process. And then the D2 section, which is the taller section, up to 120 feet through the design review process. And staff is recommending approval with conditions. So let's get some context here. Here's an aerial view provided by the applicant of the location of the project. The greenery district here, you can see I-15 and see 200 West, 300 West, 400 West. Here is a map of the project. The area in blue is the Kilby Court music venue that will be included in this project. Current conditions mostly consists of underutilized light industrial uses and some abandoned buildings on the interior of the block. It is framed on either side by a historic building on the west side and the Fisher Brewing on the east. We can get a closer view of these grainy photos, just so you can get an idea of what's going on. And a shot of the building, a more recent photo. On the other side of the property on Kilby Court, which is a private street, there are a number of old buildings, some in different states of disrepair. There are several things to note here. You can see this building in red. That's currently the location of the bathrooms for the Kilby Court venue. There's some other buildings on the site, all of them abandoned. There's Kilby Court. This is looking towards to the north of the street. And I don't know where the south photo went, but this is context for you. Details about the project. This proposal meets the design review standards, and the zoning district standards. And to quote the CG district, a project that goes through the design review process needs to result in an improved site layout and amenities. And staff feels with this proposed mid-block walkway and the way they have things set up, the additional height allows for that improved site layout with more amenities. It meets the local master plan as well as the Plan Salt Lake. And here's a closer look at the front facade of the building. There's that line dividing the two buildings, the two halves, and the two zoning districts. So over here on the left is the south side. That's the front facade, but the height does go up to 86 feet at the back of the property. And then on the D2 side, it goes up to the 83 feet with a penthouse for utilities and other things. The mid-block walkway, staff worked with the applicant to create something that meets the goals of the downtown master plan and the guidelines for a mid-block walkways. And it meets the design review standards by providing seating, trees, and shade. They are proposing bollard lighting to light the walkway. In the report, when it was published, they had not yet provided a lighting plan, so I still recommend that you delegate that to staff to be able to work through those things. And part of this as well, they're trying to create a place for public gathering that connects these ends of the blocks, the north and south end, and eventually 300 West, so the nexus is at Kilby Court. So prior to this meeting, staff has received a number of comments expressing concern about the Kilby Court venue. As far as we've been told by the applicant, the venue is proposed to remain. There has been significant concern. We are unable to address the venue longevity through these design review standards. And the only standard that really seems to apply it is the shade impact, that when looking at it for different heights, the impact is similar, even if without design review approval. But staff is curious to see what the applicant and the venue operator will do to assure the community of the longevity of the venue. So staff is recommending approval with those conditions listed in the staff report because it meets the design review standards, it meets zoning standards, and it complies with the master plan policies. And the recommended conditions listed here is 1, consolidate the parcels into the project area into a single parcel. The zoning for that parcel would remain as it was on the map. The property lines would just change. Delegate the final approval of the paving materials and lighting and street trees to planning staff and other departments, engineering, urban forestry. Record a public easement for the mid-block walkway and to prevent any sort of blocking of that walkway. And that is the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Yes, Sandra.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm just kind of trying to understand this mid-block walkway to Kilby Court. There was a public comment asking us to require that it be extended all the way through to 700 South. But Kilby Court is currently open to motor vehicles, is that correct?
That's correct. It's a private street open to,
It's a private street.
yes.
And it is not owned by this applicant.
The ownership of the street, I am not sure about. It's not owned fully by the applicant.
So the applicant, that's not really something within our purview.
Correct.
Okay, the other question, and it might be better addressed by the applicant. Restrooms were brought up by the Arts Council. Has anything changed to allow restroom access?
I'll let the applicant talk about that. Things have come up, but I don't want to speak for them.
Any other questions for Aaron? Is your applicant here?
They are. We have a whole team of people.
A team, okay.
And I'll get their presentations set up.
So you
for
guys
them.
come up, and I'll need you to speak into the microphones. Introduce yourselves for the record, and you'll have about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Aaron, and thank you, Plan Commission. My name is Chris Oakley. I am the Director of Design at Convexity Properties. We're the developer for this project. I'm here with Stephen Droll from Valerio DeWalt Train, our architects, and he will kind of speak in greater detail about the project. But just very quickly, Convexity Properties is a fully integrated real estate design firm with approximately 50 completed projects in 18 states.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
It's a very intimidating microphone.
I know it really is, but we need to get it on the recording.
Now I have to do this so I can read too.
Okay.
Our primary focus is multifamily residential and mixed-use projects, although we have developed hotels and are becoming more active in the office market. We do currently have a few projects in Salt Lake City. We have a high-rise apartment building under construction just east of downtown at the corner of 300 South and South 200 East. We are also redevelopment partners for a Granary District Adaptive Reuse project that includes the Woodbine Food Hall and the adjacent office building. Our project design goals that I tasked the design team with at the project's inception were, an architecturally dynamic and timeless design, building on the materiality of the context. Specifically did not want a pastiche of colors that's become too prevalent in mid-rise residential housing. A planning arrangement to conceal and mitigate the presence of the necessary parking, structured parking. The pedestrian connection that's already been touched upon to the dead end of the Kilby Court right-of-way, creating a north-south mid-block connection to 700 South, and maintaining the Kilby Court music venue while improving public access and connection to Kilby Court, which is this public walkway. Currently, there's no access from 800 South, and enhancing the mid-block area adjacent to the venue. Regarding Kilby Court itself, we are committed, there's been a lot of commentary about this. We are committed to maintaining the viability of the Kilby Court music venue during construction and beyond. We have had conversations with the city and the operator going back almost 2 years regarding this. That said, we also needed to control and maintain some flexibility during the design and approval process and the construction process. To date, we do have agreement or an understanding with Salt Lake City regarding fire department access and vehicle maneuvering at the dead end of Kilby Court. And we are working with Rocky Mountain Power to finalize their equipment and connections as well. Our GC has been developing their construction logistics plan to stage the construction from 800 South so Kilby Court can be accessed and remain open during construction. And finally, we are engaged in and will continue dialogue with the operator to facilitate access, the washrooms that were discussed, and a longer-term agreement for the operation of the venue. With that, I'll turn it over to Steve, and he can run through more specifics of the design.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate everybody's time, and it's an honor to be here tonight. As Chris said, my name is Steve Droll. I'm an architect with Valerio DeWalt Train, design firm for the project. I'll go through this pretty quickly so we can get to questions and answers, specifically some of these early slides, but any design problem, we start with a deep research phase and immersion into the place. That starts at a macro scale and works its way down to a micro scale. And so we think we have great understanding, and as Aaron said, met all the requirements of the master plan, all the granary district initiatives, And uniquely, our site, which is on 2 different zoning districts between the CG and D2, we really immersed ourselves in that and took all those requirements to heart and were sure to meet them. And then, of course, on a micro level, our site and block. There's some really great existing buildings that we wanted to honor. There's some great local businesses, and of course, truly at the heart of the development in the block is Kilby Court, and you'll see how we really addressed that and embraced it through our design. A big part of the master plan for Salt Lake City, recognizing the size of these giant blocks, is the mid-block walkway. And what you see on the screen here is an excerpt from the master plan that really shows the 9 blocks surrounding our block, with our block in the middle, our site outlined in blue, and you can see along the eastern side of the property in blue, always envisioned was a mid-block walkway to connect Kilby Court, the road, with 800 South. And so as we developed the design for the project and recognizing the importance of Kilby Court, the music venue, really wanted to emphasize that eastern edge of the project, and where the master plan calls for mid-block walkways to be 10 feet, we've really taken that a step further and really as an opportunity to connect the neighborhood to Kilby Court and really making that a great experience. Currently, the venue isn't accessed from 800 South. You only have to walk down that private street. With all the, the conditions of the buildings that are there, we wanted to make something that was really a great experience. So focusing on that and zeroing in on our block, you can see a site plan that shows our development, and off to the right, a blow-up of that mid-block walkway and a prelude to our landscape plan. And, kind of pointing to some areas here, trying to use the MAC as well. The mid-block walkway, as it starts at 800 South, where normally required is 10 feet, is 20 feet wide. That as one were to progress their way down the mid-block walkway, we purposefully altered the massing of the building, setting it further back, increasing the width of the mid-block walkway to 27 feet. That then eventually, once a pedestrian would get to the end of the mid-block walkway where they meet the Kilby Court music venue, it opens up into a really decent-sized urban open space that is proportionally about 40 feet wide by 55 feet long. That really almost serves as an anteroom to the music venue, and it's really going to ease people moving in and out, queuing before the event, and it really shows how, as we thought about the design, we treated the music venue as an amenity, not only to the block but to the development. Talking about the site plan, and really how we went about organizing the project programmatically and on the site. The project does have a decent parking requirement. We purposefully pushed that back into the block, screening it wholly architecturally from public ways with architecture and actual uses. So what we see fronting 800 South in front of the garage is a 5-story residential wing with ground level retail, and the idea is those are small scaled local retail shops to support the other businesses in the neighborhood. The vehicular access is about in the middle of the development, right at 800 South. And then as we move east to the D2 zone, that's where we get to the 8-story residential building that is fronted right on the property line at 800 South, consistent with the D2 requirements. I forgot to mention for the 5-story piece in the CG district where the retail is compliant with CG requirements, we have a 10-foot setback that really creates an opportunity for cafe seating, enhanced landscaping, and a way to activate that street and create a place for people to congregate. And then you can get a better sense of the mid-block walkway and all the things at the back of the site I talked about earlier. Just to, all this is in our plan, but just to touch again a little bit on the organization and see how the building is organized vertically. On the left is the ground floor plan that shows where the parking garage, again, how that's set back, how that's fronted by the retail. The residential building as it works its way back into the interior of the block, organized to frame a private courtyard for the residents with the music venue over to the east. As we work our way up, you can see how we've organized residential units along 800 South in the CG block to screen the garage, and the apartments in the 8-story building that transition over to the upper 3 levels here. There is a desire, and in the current plan, to activate the roofs of the 5-story building, again, creating even more activity along 800 South at the ground plane and then up at its roof level as well. Here's an aerial view that sort of puts the development in context of the block, its proximity to downtown. This is a view 800 South looking northeast-ish. And let's get into the design. The goal, as Chris pointed out, was really to create something dynamic, but at the heart was really at the spirit and authentic to the Granary District, which has such great industrial roots. So you'll see a palette of really kinetic massing that provokes movement, all grounded with a strong masonry base that transitions to metal panels of different profiles, color, and texture as we work our way up the building. Here's the elevation along 800 South, which is the south elevation immediately across from the Fleet Block. You can see the organization of the residential wing and how the massing is brought down to 5 stories in the CG district and the 8 stories over to the right. Looking back along 800 South, sort of northeast towards the east. We worked a lot with Aaron after our initial submittal to really add some articulation and enhance our renderings. You know, it's tough when you do a rendering that's about this big and everything just kind of gets mushed together. But it's really envisioned as a composition of textures and colors. And so we do have the brick base, but here really the accented and enlarged renderings show the composition of textures and profiles that we're looking to combine at different areas of the project, and how we've really worked to enhance the top of the building to better define its top through a black accent and even the introduction of some solar shades.
Can you kind of wrap up where you're going with this?
It's hard for me to move fast, I'm sorry. You get me started, I'm gonna go quick. What I really wanna get to in some of the renderings about the mid-block walkway, so here's some views along 800 South. All of these are in your packet, but really the retail and how it's meant to complement the street and the cafe seating. Here's a view as one were to enter the mid-block walkway. So we can see the building setback, the 20-foot walk. Here's new renderings that we wanted to present that really are within that urban open space or the ante-room to Kilby Court. So here we are standing in that zone looking south where somebody would head back down the mid-block walkway to 800 South at that nexus, which would transition up to Kilby Court, the road to the north. And there that is looking to the north. In both this view and the other view, the sort of rust-colored is the Kilby Court music venue as it exists today and will remain. That's it.
Thank you.
Sorry, thanks.
Questions from the commission at this point?
I just have a really quick question. Based on your amenities in that little wraparound, what level do they start on? 3?
Those are actually on the ground floor.
That's right.
They're at grade.
Oh, so that courtyard doesn't have any structure?
That's correct. This is at grade, and there'll be a swimming pool in there. The amenities, the fitness room, and so forth are at grade.
Okay.
Surrounding it.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I have a question regarding the restroom access. Are you thinking these would be public restrooms, and do you have a kind of, I mean, it's costly to maintain public restrooms, but I mean, I guess what is the sort of plan for the restrooms?
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, yeah, this one, there's been a lot of back and forth on this, and understanding that, you know, there is the building that contains the restrooms is being demolished, you know, as part of this development. Our conversations of late with the operator is we are going to work with them. If there, you know, there more than likely will be some interim solution, but the final thought is actually constructed washrooms specific for Kilby Court that would be maintained and managed by that operation, not necessarily public. You know, and then not to kind of go way out in the left field, but the one thing that one of the conditions, you know, the staff's conditions on here, which we may want to kind of finesse a little bit, is the lot consolidation, because the truth is Kilby Court is a tenant of ours currently. If there is a long-term plan for ownership, we may want to actually kind of finesse the lot consolidation conversation so that there is a parcel that is easily separated, that has access to a public right-of-way and all that sort of business. Maybe not the conversation for this meeting, but something to track a little bit.
Any other questions? Okay, hang tight. We're going to open the public hearing on this. It could be a while. I would like to point out to people in the audience that the viability of the Kilby Court venue is nothing that we have any jurisdiction over. We're here to talk about that building. And I believe the owners are trying to work with you on that. So be judicious in your comments. So I have some cards here. Is there anyone from the community council for this area here tonight? Okay, when I call your name, I need you to go up to the podium, state your name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes. Colby Frazier.
Thanks for having me. My name's Colby Frazier. I'm the owner and brewer at Fisher Brewing Company. We agree with the letter from the Granary District Alliance and its points of opposition to this project, and urge the developer and the city to take the suggestions from the Alliance seriously. Fisher Brewing Company is located directly east of the proposed project. We oppose the applicant's request for a height variance and urge them to consider a new plan that is smaller and fits the character of the neighborhood. The character of the neighborhood, by the way, is industrial manufacturing. That's why my partners and I decided to open our brewery there 6 years ago. Along with manufacturing beer, we also sell most of our beer at our facility. Most of this beer is bought by folks who drive to our brewery. We rely on street parking, as would any future businesses in our neighborhood. To this end, we find the number of proposed parking spaces insufficient. Please allow and force the developer to provide sufficient parking for the development. We rely on the service alley directly east of the development for all of our incoming and outgoing deliveries. This is a critically important access point for our business. We worry about construction impacts that could block the alley and worry about the proposed pedestrian easement in the alley and the potential for future conflicts with the development's residents, who will quickly become accustomed to the noise of our chiller motors, the stench of our spent grain, and the monthly pumping of our grease and solids interceptor, which is mandated by the city's Public Utilities Department. We know that development of the Granary District is an inevitability. However, it seems within the city's powers to preserve some semblance of the neighborhood's soul, primarily its grit and its history involving artists and others who make cool stuff. People who make cool stuff need cool, old, cheap buildings to do it in. We were sad when our neighbors, Specialty Steel, sold their building to these developers. We liked those guys, and they made super cool stuff. They even let us borrow their forklift.
Thank you, Colby.
Am I done?
That's your 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for hearing me out.
Next up is Lance Saunders.
Madam Chair, if I can just make an announcement regarding the comments. If they aren't able to finish their 2-minute comment, they can give them to us and we can add them to the record if they haven't already been forwarded.
Okay, if it's in writing, yeah, just do that.
Hello.
Lance.
Yes, hi, I'm Lance Saunders. I am the co-owner of Kilby Court. And I just wanted to make it clear that I know that there are many citizens and businesses and business owners in the area that have questions and comments and concerns regarding this development, but I'm only here to speak on behalf of Kilby Court. So that being said, through the months of back and forth, Zoom meetings and emails, the current developers and owners have verbally agreed to enter into a lease agreement, lease agreement coupled with a letter of intent that would take steps towards a potential purchase date and a price for the existing venue building. They've been cooperative and communicative, and obviously through the publicly submitted designs have shown that they're planning to build around the venue, but in theory, the developers have been amenable and okay with keeping Kilby Court as it stands. At this moment, there is nothing concrete set in place to solidify Kilby Court's survival in the long term.
And although I understand that it would be against their best interest to shut down the most culturally diverse and long-lasting all-ages venues in Salt Lake City, unfortunately, at this time, everything is still up in the air and nothing is set in stone. In regard to that statement that I actually just saw 10 minutes ago, the unable to address the longevity of the venue, it raises professional and personal concerns for me because Kilby's been open and stood strong for 25 years now, and I'm just here, can't even talk. I'm just here trying to do my best to ensure that it's still around for generations to come. That's it.
Thank you.
Last name Slater.
The last name is Slater. I can't read your writing. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name's Forbes Slater. I'm a woodworker in the granary, and my shop is about 500 feet away from this proposed development. Before I get to my concerns, I'd like to say that I'm not opposed to the development of the property. A lot of the buildings that they're planning on knocking down have been vacant because they bought them, mostly. But I believe that this development has an opportunity to be an attraction, another meeting point, and an asset to the granary. The 300 West, 800 South block is the heart of the granary and brings together people from all over the valley. Because of that, I feel strongly that the developer has the moral and ethical obligation to work with local businesses, landowners, and developers to create a plan that integrates future projects on the block into their development. When it comes to city planning, the people interested in the future of the granary are some of the most passionate folks I have met. We truly believe that communication, collaboration, and thoughtful development will preserve the granary's character and help it reach its full potential. There's an incredible opportunity here. My primary concern of this development is that as drawn, it effectively builds an 85-foot wall, north to south, right down the middle of the block. While I understand that the development has technically stayed within the zoning ordinance guidelines, I do not believe that this decision was made with enough consideration to the businesses that likely drew the developer to purchase the land on this block in the first place. Along with this, I would strongly encourage the developer to consider an east-west middle block crossing from 400 West. The granary has too many squared-off blocks, and as more developments are proposed in this neighborhood, special consideration needs to be made to ensure the granary is designed to be walkable. Another concern I have is the lack of security Kilby Court has been guaranteed going forward. The removal of its restrooms, operational access, and the lack of at least a long-term lease has led me to believe that Kilby's vital presence in the granary and Salt Lake City as a whole is not being recognized and preserved by the development.
Thank you. That's your 2 minutes. If you have written comments, you can give them to staff, and they will be placed in the record. Josh Sherman, somehow it's got an extra something in there.
Hello, Council. This is Solo. Council, city planners, mayor's office, and citizens of Greater Salt Lake. I know the mayor's office cares a great deal about the development of the district as a whole and the proximity to Fleet Block and this development and the precedent it may set moving forward. The majority of the comments submitted were about preservation and importance of Kilby Court. For the past 25 years, the Planning Commission has recommended changes to the mid-block walkway, safety lighting, potentials 400 West to the tracks line in perpetuity. In September, Nick Egolanian of SiteWorks had written publications for ICSC and spoke at the conference in Salt Lake City. Without speaking for him, he declared, and in my agreement, formed itself as an urban canyon, which does not activate the neighborhood or make for an inviting experience for the greater community. We need to be careful that we're not creating another urban canyon in the Granary District. There are good developments and bad developments. And somewhere in the middle, someone decided that mixed-use commercial is the gold star standard, by which we are continuing to build to this day. The proposed height variant is the greatest concern. For the proximity to the street, the neighboring small businesses, because the development borders 2 zones, they chose the height in the D2 zone and the rest in the CG zone. The Planning Commission recommended combining them into one parcel, but did not specify whether it was going to be CG or D2. D2 is less of a footprint than the CG, so I hope the Planning Commission does not parcel it into a D2 zone. The 3 options right now are to let them approve with a small window of community engagement, as we have seen, since the plan's been released. 2 is to table it so that these can take the recommendations back to the designer and the comments suggested and redesign the building. And 3 is to only allow the height of 65 feet. I think the best option right now is to table it for discussion and suggestions to be brought forward.
Thank you. That's your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much.
If you have written comments, you can submit them to staff. Braxton Beers. No, okay.
All right, thank you. My name is Braxton Beers. I am a local from Salt Lake City. I recognize that the architect and the property owner are from Chicago. I don't know if you grew up going to concert venues at a very young age, but I was going at the young age of 13, and Kilby Court was one of the few venues that allowed it to happen. Because of that cultural significance throughout my lifetime, it is a huge symbol of the city and a lot of the youth that live here. And I want to kind of qualify your term of persevere and preserve Kilby Court. Specifically, today, you said that you were going to preserve it throughout construction and thereafter. Thereafter is way too vague of a term. And I think it'd be great for the entire community to actually understand the longevity in concrete terms. Additionally, the height request also, I believe, presents an unsafe venue for the outdoor space as well, mostly just because they do occasionally host some outdoor venues and some summer concert series. I do think that that also opens the gate for noise complaints, basically cost reductions within your rent available, and then additionally back and forth issues with the goers of the concert and those that are living in the buildings nearby, specifically for those that are queuing to see some of their favorite bands. That being said, I also think that your renderings are misleading when it comes to your shading. Every shading is from the eastern perspective, which is of the sun, when most of the people will be there in the afternoon to evening, where most of the sun is coming from the south and western way. So I would suggest with your future renderings to have it actually be accurate for those who will be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more card that is Brittany Helmers, who just asked me to read. Do you want to speak? Okay. State your name for the record and you get 2 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Brittany Helmers, and I'm a developer and designer for BCG Holdings, a large landowner in the Granary District of Salt Lake City. I also represent a group of community members titled the Granary District Alliance. The major concerns that are not addressed on this project is the local business owners along 300 West. All of these business owners are in a single-story or two-story buildings not to be developed in the future. Excuse me. I would challenge the developer and the architect for this project to look at this site from 300 West and the wall that will be built on the east side of their project and how this truly creates a wall to the rest of the Granary District. As an avid visitor of Fisher Brewery, I also challenge the owners and architects to look at how this wall creates a large preposterous mass when visiting this unique, one-of-a-kind business that has spearheaded the Granary District. It'd be suggested that this wall could potentially step back towards the west. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Stand up and go to the podium and state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Ron Dunn. I'm the owner of the Granary building, which is directly west of which the neighborhood was named after. And my concerns are the height as well. I'm not going to see the sun until just before noon, and I'm just wondering what that facade may or may not look like as it relates to the property line. Is there going to be a fence in the future? Is that where the dumpster is? And how that interacts with the comments that were just said by this young lady over here from a standpoint of how that basically cuts off with the wall Fourth West and its development. And also the architects that are developing the Pickle Company, which is directly to the north of my project, have met with me a dozen times asking me what my thoughts are and my input and so on and so forth. And the first I hear is the renderings of what they're developing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? Is there anybody online?
Madam Chair, there is an attendee that would like to speak. Katie Barber, you are unmuted.
Katie?
Can you hear us? Give me just a moment.
Okay.
Katie, you're unmuted. Seems like Katie cannot get her headset to work.
Her microphone's not on or something? Was she the only one?
What was that?
Was she the only one that wanted to speak?
That's correct.
And are there any emails or, okay. Okay, last call. Anyone else who wants to speak on this item? Okay, I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the commission. Commissioners?
I have a question for Aaron, probably. Here's my question. If we don't approve a design review and they just build by right, does the mid-block walkway happen? Is it required either way?
Yes, the mid-block walkway in the D2 district is required by the zoning code. The standards are much lower than what they have proposed here.
Like the standards of width and lighting and stuff like that?
Yeah, the width and the lighting, they need additional amenities with there's lighting, there's shade, there's seating, landscaping, those types of things. They'll be present, but they won't be at the same scale.
Okay, thank you.
And you feel free to, you as the applicant, do you have any response to any of the comments that were made?
Yeah, I'll touch upon a couple, or maybe try and touch upon some of the themes, if that's fair. And I think that the last question about the mid-block walkway and the other one relative to height. The CG allows a 60-foot height. What we're proposing that's actually in the CG district fronting on 800 South is what, 52 feet?
57 foot 4.
57 foot, so under the 60-foot height limit. We have a project where we're proposing a combination of like 3, 5, and 8-story buildings to vary the mass. The 60-foot height, let's call it threshold, not limit, because my understanding is the height limit in the CG is 90 feet and the height limit in the D2 is 120 feet. The threshold is to come in front of this commission. We could look at a 60-foot building, kind of running a 6-story building that covers the entire parcel, or not the entire parcel, but the entire building plan, We felt the varied heights of the building, widening what is the through block connection, frankly, is of mutual benefit because we do have residential units that open onto that. We felt the varied height and the commitment to open space, kind of was a good offset to, just a shorter, more dense building, if that's a fair statement. Some of the shadow concerns, we do have a shadow study that shows the shadows cast by the allowed heights without coming to the commission for design review. There isn't that much difference. In fact, more shadow is actually cast, to the west than is currently because of the heights of the building, and we can certainly share that as well. I think a lot of time and effort was spent and a lot of diligent effort from the design team to create a facade expression that is varied and that we are frankly very excited about.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could we possibly reopen the public hearing? I think Katie reconnected.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I will
try it.
reopen the public hearing and
Cross your fingers.
let's hear from Katie, huh?
Katie, please stop unmuting yourself. Okay, you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. My name is Katie Barber. Staff's remarks on the underutilization of the area are exactly why I feel that this proposed project is incongruent to its surroundings. These surroundings include Fisher Brewing, as pointed out, Industry SLC, the Little City Inc. venue, and the Woodbine Food Hall, as the applicant has mentioned. It also includes Kilby Court. These all contribute to the collective soul, as already pointed out. Those of us who love Kilby Court know that a residential project exhibiting this level of incongruity with its surroundings will bring about the demise of such a beloved institution, an institution that helped put the Granary District as we know it on the map. The conditions of the building surrounding the venue, as mentioned by the applicant during this meeting, are part of what has made Kilby Court what it is. And the applicant's commentary about the neighboring properties is concerning for me as a resident who sees such comments as representative of the applicant's true intention for its longevity. I do not feel that the height here translates to the additional amenities that staff has mentioned due to the contrast the height brings to the rest of the area. Though the 800 South corridor has long been associated with industry, movement, and collaboration, the stark contrast between the project's elevation and its surroundings will serve to further cut off the movement coming into the Granary District from the east and punctures obscenely the horizon line and its horizon and its sunsets from the west. Additionally, neighbors of the proposed project have done well to acknowledge the area's history through thoughtful development and adaptive reuse, and I do not believe that this project aligns with that. I would implore the city to encourage the applicant to consider its design of the middle and top portions of the building to better acknowledge the area's history and neighboring properties, which are not angular in nature, and encourage acknowledgement of the history of the area through the use of different materials that do not lean towards boxy aesthetics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie. Is there anyone else? Just in case.
Not at this time, but if I can make one more announcement, if anyone's having trouble joining virtually and when we call on you, you aren't able to connect to your audio, please email us at planning.comments@slcgov.com and we can read those into the record. Thank you.
Okay, I will close the public hearing again, and we will move back to our discussion here.
Thank you. Question for Aaron. You suggest your recommendation in the staff report was assembly of all these parcels, but can you explain why you wanted the Kilby Court parcel in particular packaged together with these other parcels as opposed to two separate parcels?
Really, we wanted the parcels packaged together to so that it could be developed. Right now, that it is a archipelago of parcels, and because they are parcels, that what was talked about parceling off the Kilby Court is not a difficult thing to do, and we can work with the applicant to make that happen, if that's what you're sort of implying.
Yeah, should we, if that's an option we want to leave open, should we modify the condition so it's all parcels other than Kilby Court as one parcel?
It wouldn't hurt. Yeah, that would be good.
Okay, thank you.
So Aaron, I just have a couple clarifying questions. So even though we're consolidating the parcel, that doesn't mean we're consolidating the zoning. We'll still have a split zoning, yes?
Correct.
Where in the standards does it talk about shadow effect?
I'll have to open my report. There are a lot of
Yeah,
standards.
I was looking through the standard reviews and I couldn't hone in on it.
It is in there, and I'm sorry, when you close a laptop, it exits
And then I
out.
ask you a question. You can come back to that. We can move on. And
Yeah, that's fine.
And anyone else have questions or concerns?
I want to say something. The staff report that Aaron wrote that includes all of the plans and elevations and all that kind of stuff, that's all public record. Yeah?
Correct.
And it's you should definitely look at it because that's where you're going to see the elevations and where the garbage cans are and that kind of stuff. So anybody on staff at the Planning Commission can tell you where to find that because it's online and you definitely should look at it because there's lots of good information in there.
Okay, Aaron?
It's a standard G2B. Minimize shadow impacts of building heights on the public realm and semi-public spaces.
what page number is that?
Page 90, and I did actually make sure the page numbers are on the
They
bottom
are
of the
showing
page.
up right on mine. Oh, there we go, G. Okay. I was looking for an attachment G. I just want to make one comment in our discussion in that the goal of a design review is that we're kind of comparing, is this a better project through through the design review versus what they could do by right. Because they could certainly develop by right and not come before us. And so, maybe if do we think this is a better project than what they could do for the 60 feet and then the 65 feet? As they've indicated, they can just build to the whole parcel, that entire bit. So I don't know what everybody's thinking, but I just wanted to make that comment for commissioners as we discuss this particular project.
I actually was going to bring that up as well, because I think that the main question we have is not whether or not this complies with this or that part of the design review standards, but whether or not in accepting a design review, is this a better project because of it. So I am concerned about the impact on Kilby Court, both the street and the venue. And while we cannot protect any particular land use, that any specific user of a property, especially if they don't own that property, then on the other hand, this is a pretty unique area. I actually went down there today and was struck. I've, of course, didn't grow up here and moved here when I was already too old to appreciate Kilby Court as a venue, but recognize that it's kind of funky and the whole place is kind of funky, and I don't think making a 35-foot wide or 22-foot wide or 25-foot wide heavily streetscaped mid-block walkway through it is going to make it, it's not going to make it, it's going to kind of really take away the funk of this area, which I think is something we actually have to think of as in terms of the context of this project. So the developers do have quite a bit of land. They could have designed this project so that it moved closer, so the taller parts moved closer to the street, to 800 South. We could have looked at that. We could have looked at rezoning that parcel so that it matched the other parcel, and therefore that the taller parts could be on the street rather than in the middle of the block, creating, as people call, a wall. So I don't think this is a better project for being taller.
I do echo those comments as well, Brenda. It's I mean, I do like the idea. I definitely like the development in the area,
but I'm also not sure if it fits. Question for staff: there is an apartment complex, kind of kitty corner from this, going a little west. How tall is that apartment complex? Do you happen to have?
Let me pull
Sorry
up
to put you on the spot there.
aerial. Just give me 5 seconds. And it would be on page 35. Were you saying kitty corner? Are you talking about Sohai? Or are you talking?
Yeah, I think the big cement like structure that's apartments, like businesses in the first floor and apartments up on the top.
Oh, it's art space. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure of the height of that building.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I guess I have a very different view. To me, this looks like a nice project that's going to provide an awful lot more housing, and I do really like the mid-block walkway, and I have no idea what we're going to see by right. I'm reminded very recently that there's a neighborhood that's getting a gas station because they blocked everything that could have been built with modifications, and now they get a gas station. So I just want us to be a little mindful about imagining what the best project could be that would be built by right versus, I think this is a thoughtful project. I think they're creating open space. I'm really sorry about a tenant that might be losing their lease. That's something we can't consider. Tenants, we have this situation with the Latino grocery store not that long ago. Unfortunately, it is just part of tenancy is you don't have secure land rights for a long period. That's just the nature of tenancy, and it's unfortunate. But I guess I like this project, and I would, if it's going to increase the chance of Kilby Court being long-term viable by allowing them to potentially own the space, I would want to separate those parcels just to give it the best chance possible. Those are my thoughts on it.
Are you ready to make a motion on that?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Oh, I have some comments.
Oh, all right, then.
I also want to make sure that the Kilby Court section is properly parceled and also given the correct easements so that it can get access. The other concern I have is also a mid-block walkway. I really wish this had a mid-block walkway which connected to the west. I think that would be a lot more amenable to what we'd like to see on this block.
Do they own? Do they own the
I don't think they
parcels?
own
Can
that
they?
much
I don't think they
property
own
over
those
there.
parcels.
They don't own those parcels, but they could include a portion of it that would connect to I forget the exact name, but the pickle property that's immediately to the west.
I don't think there's in the master plan an east-west blockway. There's a north-south, so that's really all we can evaluate.
There's one planted to the east, right?
There's one planned to the east. There's also one to the west that's planned. It's on page 41.
41? Okay. All right, thanks. Oh, I don't see.
It shows
this as a relationship to the
tentatively going further to the north. But given the request for more height, I would really like to see this already integrated into it, and it would also mean a more direct route to get to Kilby Court from the west.
But some of that would be based on future development.
Correct, yes.
Just very quickly, from the east, we have kind of identified where, something may come through, but obviously we don't know, the distribution of land ownership and all that. Our thought to a certain degree was any connection from 400 has, the entire Kilby Court, the existing Kilby Court right of way to kind of link to.
Which is consistent as it's shown in the master plan. It's outside the extent of the development and further north from the development.
So, Andra, are you contemplating your motion?
So I guess I'm trying to figure out whether whether they can do what Mike wants. I would love to see that mid-block walkway as well, going east to west. I just don't know whether they could do it legally, because they don't own those parcels right now.
Well, what you said, that's the pickle factory?
Yeah, in the, let's see, the comments submitted by the Granary District Alliance Board, they stated the development does not currently integrate with the development plans through the block at Pickle and Hyde, which includes an east-west mid-block crossing.
Can I ask Amy Berry if, when you said, let's consider if this is an improved product based on design review, like, do you? Can I ask that or not?
Yeah, it's a discussion. It's a discussion. For
Discussion.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Put her on the spot.
Some yes, some no. I do think that there was other opportunities for potentially different zones to do rezone of something, or I do think the increased height into the interior of the block by Kilby Court isn't necessarily producing a better product. Do I think if they just developed the entire parcel at 60 feet than 65 feet, is that better? No. So either way, I have a no yes. Right. So I don't think a straight by ordinance development is going to be better, but I think this could have been better than it is.
I also kind of think that negotiations have happened, right, between planning staff and the owners, right? So negotiations have happened, and this is what has been arrived at and recommended. That's what I think.
I'm happy to make a motion, and I'd like Mike to make a friendly amendment to make clear what he wants to add, because I'm not 100% clear on the lingo. So I'm going to start a motion.
Great.
And
Okay.
hopefully Mike can make a friendly amendment. Okay, based on the information presented in the discussion, I move that the Commission approve this application with the conditions listed in the staff report with the following modifications: that the parcel currently under tenancy by Kilby Court is a separate parcel.
I'd like to second that with a friendly amendment to also include a east-west mid-block walkway that would connect from Kilby Court. I'm referring to the street, the alleyway, rather than specifically the venue, but connect from Kilby Court west to the back end of the Pickle and Hyde property.
Madam Chair, I just have two things for consideration. Is that okay?
Sure.
So the first, with the condition, Andrea, that you put on it, one thing to consider is potentially, depending on where they put the bathrooms for Kilby Court, I'm not sure that they could be on a separate parcel, so it might be better to be a little bit more flexible with that condition so that they can work it out how it would best work out for the site.
Can I strike that entire condition regarding assembly? Can we just strike that entire condition for the time being and delegate to staff at a later date ideal assembly?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to consolidate the parcels anyways so that they can not have a building that's straddling parcel lines. So however that best works out for the developer and Kilby Court, I think is the best
Leave it up to
that motion. And then in terms of the condition, Mike, that you mentioned, so the developer doesn't currently own those parcels for the east-west mid-block, and we actually don't have one identified on the master plan. So I'm not sure that we can actually impose that as a condition, although it would, I understand how it would be beneficial to the surrounding properties and site. That's not something that we can impose as it doesn't relate to any standard that we have for a mid-block on those parcels.
You could encourage them to do that.
Okay.
Can I withdraw my previous motion and make a new motion?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Based on the information presented in the discussion, I move that the Commission approve this application with the conditions listed in the staff report with the following modifications: that we strike the condition regarding assembly, and that we encourage that the applicant applicant works in the future to create an east-west mid-block walkway as well.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is everybody clear on what they're voting on? Andreas?
I'll vote yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Brenda?
No.
Amy Burrows?
No.
Andra?
Yes.
Amy Berry?
No.
Rick?
Yes.
And the chair will vote yes. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 3. It passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Madam Chair, can we take a recess?
Yes. We'll take a 5-minute recess and be back here at 7:46.
halfway.
More? No.
No, we're not more than halfway. I think we may get many comments on the north point.
Yeah, we're getting lots on the north point. Almost none on the tree planting. Anybody who is?
Okay, folks, can we start coming back in and settling down?
Yeah, if I had that property, I'd make it artist lofts, and I would, something. Probably not fair. I'm not the person.
Okay, folks, could we take our seats, please?
Oh. I said that into the microphone. That's no good.
Okay, would everybody come back in and we'll get moving again?
Kill those two people die.
Oh, okay. Is he coming as part of the, whatever his little group is? Okay. Huh? Yeah, probably. Okay. All right, we will reconvene. We have item number 4 was withdrawn, so we're moving on to number 5, the zoning map and master plan amendment at approximately 865 South, 500 East, PLN PCM 2022-00302 and PLN PCM 2022-00301. Michael.
Thank you. Good evening. This is a proposed rezone and master plan amendment for the property at 865 South 500 East. Staff is recommending that the commission forward a negative recommendation to the city council for this proposal. The subject property is located at 865 South 500 East, just north of the intersection at 500 East and 900 South on the east side of the street. It's currently zoned RMF 30, low density multifamily residential district.
Could you just speak up just a hair?
Okay.
Thank you.
The applicant is proposing to amend the zoning map so that this property would be located in the CN Neighborhood Commercial District. He's also proposing to amend the Central Community Master Plan, which this property is located within. The future land use map in the plan designates this property as low-density residential, and the applicant would like to amend the map so that this property would be designated as neighborhood commercial. This will be done in order to support his rezone request. The stated goal of the applicant is to convert the structure on the property, which is currently a single-family dwelling, into a commercial use that would be allowed in the CN zone. The subject property contains a single-family home that was constructed in 1905. The home is located within and listed as a contributing structure to the Central City Local Historic District. City records indicate that this property has likely been used as a single-family dwelling since 1905, as there are no permits or other city approvals that demonstrate any other use. Because of the building's status as a contributing structure, demolition or exterior modifications would need to be approved via a certificate of appropriateness by planning staff or the Historic Landmark Commission. The proposed rezone would not impact that contributing status. The property is situated on a block 500 East that is primarily defined by residential uses, generally single and two-family dwellings and small multifamily buildings. Liberty Park is also located within close proximity. Directly to the west is a 70-unit apartment building, which is the largest structure in the immediate area. The two properties to the south contain a restaurant and a butcher shop. These properties are zoned CN, so the proposed rezone would expand the footprint of the CN zone and extend it to the interior of the block on 500 East. The zoning ordinance limits the size of a contiguous area of CN zoning to 90,000 square feet. With the subject property included, the total area of contiguous CN zoning at this location, would be about 29,523 square feet, which is lower than the maximum. In general, properties along the 900 South corridor in this area are zoned CN, RB, Residential Business District, or RMF 30. To the north of 900 South, the interior of the blocks are generally zoned RMF 30, including the block of 500 East, which contains the subject property. If approved, this rezone would be the first example in the immediate area of a property on the interior of a block being zoned for commercial. RMF 30 and CN differ primarily in the types of uses permitted in each district. RMF 30 allows for single, two, and multifamily dwellings, depending on the size of the lot. It does not allow for commercial uses, although it does permit non-residential uses that are incidental to residential neighborhoods, such as community gardens, daycares, or parks. By contrast, CN does not permit residential as a standalone use. Residential is only permitted as part of a mixed-use development. CN does allow for many different types of commercial development, which are intended to be compatible with residential neighborhoods in scale. Examples of allowed uses include retail goods and services, restaurants, and offices. Development standards between the two districts are similar, although CN generally is more permissive, allowing for more lot coverage and smaller setbacks. Maximum height, however, is shorter in CN at 25 feet compared to RMF 30, which allows for 30 feet. Remapping the property to CN would introduce landscape buffering requirements because the neighboring properties to the north and east are zoned for residential. A 7-foot landscaping buffer is required when abutting a residential district, and parking lot perimeter landscaping is required when the parking is located within 20 feet of a lot line or in a required yard. However, it should be noted that these requirements would only be applicable to new construction and expansion of the building or reconfiguration of the parking area. They would not apply to the existing building and parking area if they were left alone. A number of adopted city plans and policies are applicable to the proposed project. Plan Salt Lake is the citywide master plan, and this property is located in the Central Community Neighborhood Plan area. Because of the property's location in a local historic district, the city's preservation plan also applies. And because the proposal would involve replacing a housing unit with a non-residential use, the city's housing plan, growing SLC, is applicable as well. In general, the proposed rezone is not supported by the applicable plans and policies. The Central Community Master Plan, in particular, contains a land use policy that specifically states that low-density residential areas should be preserved, and the city should keep them from being replaced by higher-density residential and commercial uses. Several specific goals and initiatives in growing SLC are not supportive of the proposed amendment. Plan Salt Lake is more mixed, with some guiding principles and initiatives in the neighborhood's transportation and mobility and economy chapters being in support of the proposal, while principles and initiatives in the housing and parks and recreation chapters were not supportive. The Community Preservation Plan is supportive of adaptive reuse where it creates more housing units, but is not in outright support of converting housing to a non-residential use. Some policies in that plan may offer support for a project that converted a housing unit to non-residential if the structure were not significantly altered and negative impacts were mitigated. On balance, the adopted plans and policies of the city do not support the requested rezone and master plan amendment. In particular, it's important that there is a specific policy in the neighborhood plan for this area that states the proposed conversion of a low-density residential use to commercial should be avoided. Because this application involves a zoning change that would permit non-residential use of land, it is subject to the city's housing loss mitigation ordinance. Under the ordinance, there are 3 potential options to mitigate the loss of existing housing units. One is to build replacement housing. The second is to pay a fee based on the difference between housing value and replacement cost. And the third is to pay a flat fee if the housing units are deteriorated. These options were explored with the applicant, and paying a fee based on the difference between housing value and replacement cost was identified as the most feasible option. The full housing loss mitigation report is attached to the staff report as attachment H. This application was presented to the Historic Landmark Commission at their October 6, 2022 hearing. In that discussion, the commission told staff that the proposed conversion could be acceptable depending on the modifications proposed by the applicant. The zoning requirements in the historic overlay for alterations to a contributing structure include a standard that a property shall be used for its historic purpose or be used for a purpose that requires minimal change to the defining characteristics of the building and its site and environment. So any proposed changes to the building would need to meet that standard. The commission also expressed some concerns about setting a precedent for converting low-density residential buildings into commercial uses in the Central City Historic District and suggested that that should warrant some amount of caution. Staff has received 3 emails and discussed this application over the phone with several people as of the publication of the staff report. And additional comments since then have been provided to the commission. Comments received were generally mixed between supporting the proposal and expressing concerns. Comments in support of the application indicated they believed a new commercial business would help support the walkability and vibrancy of the neighborhood. Those expressing apprehension were generally concerned about the impact on on-street parking, privacy and noise impacting the abutting residential area, and protecting the historic integrity of the building. Based on analysis of the zoning standards for a zoning map and master plan amendment, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission forward a negative recommendation to the City Council for this proposal. Analysis of specific zoning standards can be found in attachment D of the staff report. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Okay, any questions from the commission at this time? Is your applicant here and does he wish to speak? Okay, come up. I need you to speak very close to the microphone. Introduce yourself, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rick Service. I own the 3 parcels on that corner of, there's 865 South, 500 East, 501 East, 900 South, and 511 East, 900 South. 501, if you can, I'll recall, was an old abandoned gas station for years. And I took that building and turned it into the Tradition Restaurant, which it is now, which I think turned out well. 511 East was a residential house, and we took that and turned that into Beltex Meats. I don't know if you all have been into Beltex Meats, but it's a really nice, it's a cute building. It turned out really, really well. We did that with a lot of respect for the Historic Commission. I met with them and found out there's a patio in the front that we put, and we put that a steel structure. Well, that steel structure was designed at the exact same dimensions as the original patio cover that was out there, that the home was built with. So I guess all I'm saying is, I think I understand how to keep within the historic preservations of the building. I have no intentions of changing anything like that at all. My thought really is just to turn it into some type of cute little business. I think it will round the corner off. If you can look at it, if you did look at it, there's the new bus stop that's in the front, which kind of lends it right off as you just drive by. It makes it kind of look like a commercial building. Then there's the alleyway, which services Tradition and Beltex Meats. And that alleyway right to the south is the driveway, really, which is to the parking in the back. And there's only one parking space in the rear, and that's all there really is in the rear. There really isn't a space for, like if I rented it to a family, for a family to have a yard or anything like that. So, I realize the biggest hurdle is it is taking a living space out of the city, but I really feel like what I can return is, you know, we can create hopefully a viable business that will employ people, that will bring taxes into the city, that will add to the walkability. And I really believe that's a strong statement, to add to the walkability, just because that's such a walkable neighborhood. I don't know if you know, how much you'd spend on that. I could sit and count, you know, 100 people and 100 dogs that walk over, cross in front of the pathway to walk to Liberty Park every single day. You know, I think I have some pride in that building, in the area. It's not something that I'm planning on building and selling or anything. It's something that frankly I keep for my retirement. So, you know, my idea is to, you know, have that building match the other two buildings, and I think it could be a nice spot. And I think that's about all I really have to say.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant from the commission? Okay, seeing none, just, oh, okay.
Yeah, so, you know, I live in that neighborhood, and I would love to see more commercial space. The hesitancy I have a little bit about this is that we have a decent amount of vacant space, at least right around 9th and 9th right now. And so, you know, tradition's fantastic. And I'm very sympathetic. We need, to get the benefits of density, we need people to actually have things they can walk to. Otherwise, people get in their cars and they drive to other neighborhoods. So I'm very sympathetic to what you're saying, but how do you conceive of the current, of how this would fit in, given we do have, like, I think it's 2 or 3 vacant spaces right around 9th and 9th right now?
You know, I really feel like that's going to change with the 9th South corridor. Really, 9th South is going to become Restaurant Row, if you will. I think it's going to be a spot where people from all over the valley will come, as, you know, not just people that live locally. I think everybody, Trax is available there. With that 9th South corridor, I don't think there's going to be any vacancies on 9th South, frankly. And if you asked any realtor in town, they probably have 100 people that would buy a spot, buy a house or buy something on 9th South, because it's just, I really, it's a happening place now, but I think it's only going to get better.
Okay, anything else? Okay, hang tight. I'll open the public. I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the community council here for this item? I don't see anyone. I have a card from Cindy Cromer.
Oops, well, it's working tonight. My name is Cindy Cromer. I'm a landlord in the 700 to 800 block of the historic district. I support the analysis in the staff report, especially the reference to the preservation plan adopted as ordinance. The analysis is thorough, but the most relevant and compelling information is from the Thriving Study, which is not yet ordinance, but it is fact. The gentrification and displacement in Central City affects its traditional working class residents, and that is documented by the Thriving Study. The HLC discussed this request on October the 6th, as indicated, and had an extended conversation with the applicant without opportunity for public comment. The commission is a design review board, and it got off course. This is not a commercial node. It's similar to the intersection you considered at your last meeting at 700 East and 900 South. There are 2 commercial corners and 2 non-commercial corners. The HLC also got sidetracked by the bus stops, suggesting that it degraded the house. It certainly does, and it is there precisely because of tradition, which was able to use the loophole in the parking ordinance to get on-street parking counted as its parking requirement, and then that forced the bus stop in front of the house. So this incredible piece of hardscaping is directly a result of tradition using the loophole, which years ago you told the city council to close, and they finally did last week. This neighborhood has abundant commercial zoning, not just at 9th and 9th, and also non-conforming commercial uses. It has a massive shortage of housing, especially single-family housing, family-friendly housing. And as a landlord, I can tell you that this is highly sought after. I can speak to the demand for all types of housing in this neighborhood. If I have a few seconds left, I will tell you what a dad said to me when he moved in to a very similar house in the Bryant neighborhood earlier this year. He said, "This is life-changing for my son." I nodded.
Thank you, Cindy. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Is there anyone online who wants to comment on this?
Yes, we do have one attendee that wishes to speak. Stephen Sear, you are unmuted.
Stephen, can we hear you?
Stephen Sear, you're unmuted. You just muted yourself again. We'll unmute you.
Okay. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You have 2 minutes.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm Stephen Sear. I live adjacent to the property on 865. My only concern with any additional businesses in that area are the congestion in parking that these businesses have produced for the residents of that area, both on 9th South, Park Street, 8th South, and farther down. Any more additional commercial parking would not be, would not condone the residents having the ability to use the street parking for their use as well as their visitors' use in lieu of additional commercial use of the property. And that's really my only concern about this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any emails?
Yes, we do have 2 emails to read. So the first one is from Anthony Medina. My name is Anthony Medina, and I live at 851 South 5th East and own the property at 857 South 5th East. I don't agree with the master plan amendment and rezoning of the property from RMF 30 to CN and request that this proposed zoning amendment to the master plan be denied. Negative recommendation for several reasons. Number 1, historic area. The zoning from RMF 30 to CN would significantly detract from the historic nature of the neighborhood. Number 2, housing. To remove yet another rental property from the open market, which is already in high demand, is a mistake. 3, parking. The 2 businesses have significantly created parking scarcity for the entire area, and new commercial business would only exacerbate this issue. Employees of both businesses consistently occupy the few available parking spaces on 500 East, 900 South, and Park Street to leave the cutout parking on the corner for business patrons. 4, privacy. Privacy for the neighboring house would be of concern with higher traffic for such commercial zoning and lessen the charm and property values to all neighboring homes. 5, trash. Beltex Meats and 865 already put their garbage cans in front of 857 South 5th East due to the location of the bus stop. Trash from the bus stop and additional cans often create debris in front of my home that need to be picked up. Another commercial business would only add to this issue. 6, residential. RMF 30 is to provide an environment suitable for a variety of housing types and low-density nature, including single-family, two-family, and multifamily dwellings, and 865 should remain RMF 30 to be consistent with the neighborhood. 7, zoning changes from RMF 30 to CN should be expanded, and currently there are no other properties of this type with CN zoning in the area further north of 900 South. Since moving 2 doors down in 1988, the property at 865 South 5th East has always been rented as a single-family home and is currently occupied as a single-family home. The home had a smaller backyard and area for gardening up until the time the 3 properties were purchased and significantly altered. The perimeter fence was removed, joining this property with Beltex Meats, and the backyard garden area of both properties were paved over with
Amy,
asphalt.
that's the 2-minute mark.
I think this was also forwarded to you in your Dropbox. That was pretty much the extent of the comment. There was just 1 sentence left.
And you said there was another one?
Yes.
Sorry, just to give Amy a break. This comment is from Robert Wine. I own and live at the home located 2 doors north at 851 South 500 East, and I would like to say that I'm against the proposed zoning and master plan amendments for the property at 865 South 500 East. I believe that the current RMF 30 zone is the correct designation for this property. Our neighborhood is great. We are in the Central City District, close to everything: parks, restaurants, groceries, businesses, and more, much of it within walking distance. Yet we have the charm and appeal of a true residential neighborhood. We cannot afford to lose another residential unit in our neighborhood. The 3 properties along 900 South from the corner heading east are currently CN designated, and that does make sense. There is Tradition Restaurant, Beltex Meats, and a home that I believe is occupied by the owner and not currently a business. However, parking for these properties has always been a challenge. Beltex Meats has none except for 2 spaces on the street. Tradition has 11 spaces built into the park strips on the corner. However, it is never enough for the patrons, so they fill up the spaces along 500 East and along 900 South. The employees of these businesses must also park, and they use the street in order to leave the best corner spaces for the patrons. It's bad enough when patrons take up more than 1 space on the street, which happens too frequently, but it's just disrespectful when some of the employees do it, and they should know better. I feel that the neighborhood commercial district should move no further north along 500 East than it currently is now. The primary reason is the lack of parking. There is no street parking in front of 865 because it is a bus stop. There would only be 3, maybe 4 spaces behind the house, but currently not enough for additional patrons and employees that another business would bring. I want to keep my neighborhood charming and peaceful, and that line starts with 865 as residential heading north. That line starts with the alley on 900 South and heads east along Liberty Park. Thank you.
Oh, right at the 2 minutes, right? That's that was good. Anything else from your corner?
We do not have anything else at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the commission. Do we have
I'm ready
questions
to make
for
a
the,
motion. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have 2 thoughts. So first of all, I teach a graduate course on housing affordability. We are basically coming up with, our students are sourced with coming up with ideas to improve housing affordability. We've never come across housing loss mitigation plans as a tool to increase housing affordability. So maybe Salt Lake City has an earth-shattering revelation, in which case they should really publish this if this is really an effective way of actually increasing affordability, but I'm pretty sure it's not. The other thought, living in that neighborhood and being really tired of the available retail options, tomorrow night I'm going to get into my car and drive to, 15th and 15th because there's nothing I can walk to in my neighborhood. So I'm going to create some traffic up in 15th and 15th, and I'm going to create a parking problem up at 15th and 15th because there's nothing I can walk to in my neighborhood. So I think we really need to think more broadly about commercial uses. If we actually want a walkable city, you need to have things people can walk to, and that doesn't mean like a block each direction from one intersection. It means actually having mixed use. So I'm very strongly in support of this. Maybe the retail space will go vacant. I'm willing to let the applicant make that bet. If he wants to make that bet on that, that's his business, and I'm happy to let him have his land rights.
Thank you. Brenda, you were going to make a motion?
Well, I was going to make a motion to deny, but if there's others who want to weigh in like Audra did, please. I don't
Anyone
want to
else?
stop anybody.
D9 looks pretty clear to me. There, like the number one factor is it does not comply with the rationale that says preserve low-density residential areas and keep them from becoming replaced by higher-density residential and commercial uses. That's the point of this neighborhood right now.
So we could argue though that RMF is not a low density. The current zone is not a low density zone.
No.
Yeah, it's residential multifamily, but that's not low density.
But for
Current use is low density.
But for this size of lot, you can't build more than, I don't know.
I'm just
lot.
stating for our discussion that the master plan that calls for that is already incongruent with the current zone that is on paper.
I would have never voted for that.
That happened before all of us, so no worries.
I would like to hear Brenda's motion.
Okay. Based on the information presented in the discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council deny this proposal for a zoning and master plan amendment.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Andreas, thank you. So a motion by Brenda, a second by Andreas. I have my cool pen here. Rick?
No.
Amy? Barry?
No.
Andra?
No.
Amy Burrows?
No.
Brenda?
Yes.
Andreas?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
And the chair will vote yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 noes and 3 yeses.
The motion failed.
The motion fails. So we need another motion.
I'll make a motion. Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council approve this proposal for a zoning map and master plan amendment for the following reasons: that it is extremely consistent with the city's goal of increasing walkability and bikeability, improving our air quality, as well as making denser housing actually pleasant.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Mike. Amy Burrows.
Yes.
Brenda.
No.
Andreas.
I vote no.
Mike.
Yes.
Andra.
Yes.
Amy Barry.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and the chair votes no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor and 3 against, so the motion passes.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
you. Now we'll move on to the next item on the agenda is the North Point Small Area Plan, case number PLMPC 2022-00687. Chrissy. These are all from this one.
Okay, Aubrey, I might need your help. I don't know where. I don't use Mac, so how do you?
What if you forget it?
You got it. You got it organized now.
It looks like
Maybe.
it. Okay. Sorry, Macs are hard for me.
Seems to be a problem tonight.
They switched it up on us. But, well, thank you. So I'm Chrissy Gilmore. I'm a senior planner in our office. We should also have Olivia Svetko from the consulting team on the phone to answer questions.
Is she on the phone or is she on the WebEx?
Or WebEx.
I just moved her over to a panelist. Olivia, you should be able to unmute yourself.
So I'll give the presentation and then she's available for questions. If we
So
have
is
them.
she a consultant that worked on this? Okay.
Yep. Okay, so this is for the North Point Small Area Plan. Just to remind you on the study area, this is in the northwest corner of Salt Lake City, so it's bound by the airport to the southwest, I-215 and the Jordan River to the east, and then you have the Great Salt Lake as well as the northern boundary of the city. So for context, and I wanted to bring this up to show you that there is some limited development potential. While we do have this plan area, some things are already entitled. So one thing I wanted to point out is that that southwest corner is airport-owned property, so that does limit development potential, as the airport has expressed that they have no interest in developing the property unless it's for airport serving utilities or uses. The current zoning, you can see on this middle map, shows that there is a large kind of C shape of business park zoning. And you might remember that the Skinnell subdivision came before you, and that has been officially approved by the City Council. And so they are also entitled to that development, which is a large industrial or business park development. And then you can also see that, and actually I'll go back, that a portion of the project area in yellow is in Salt Lake County's jurisdiction, and then there's the Salt Lake City jurisdiction. So we're working with multiple jurisdictions as well. And then I wanted to show this image on the right, which is the existing future land use. So the current plan was adopted in April of 2000, and at that time, the City Council gave direction to update that plan because of incompatible uses with the airport. And so this is what was proposed at that time, and that's what we've had for the last 20 years or so. So in 2019, there was an annexation petition to annex some of the land that's in Salt Lake County into Salt Lake City, and that was at the time proposed as residential development. So that, along with several inquiries and rezone petitions, spurred the City Council to fund the update to this planning project and to reevaluate the future of this area and appropriate future land uses. So how did we get here? So the project started a little over a year ago. It began by doing one-on-one meetings with community leaders, property owners, agencies, local stakeholders. There were 4 steering committee meetings throughout the project. That steering committee list is in your packet. You can see who was on that steering committee. There were 2 pop-up events at the West Point Communities Night Out event. An open house was held to vet key concepts. There were 3 online questionnaires, and then most recently, the draft plan was released in the end of July of this year, and then there was a draft plan open house and presentation with the West Point Community Council. The public comment period on the draft plan closed mid-September, and then we took the public comment that we received, went back and did some revisions to the plan, and then that's what you have before you today. I will point out some of those changes as we go through the presentation. So a plan overview. So the key goals of the plan, and this was really the direction that we also received from the City Council when they funded the project, was to recognize the intense development pressure the area is under, and don't ignore that reality that there is a lot of development pressure with the airport nearby, I-215, and then the area is largely vacant and supporting city goals of growing our city. But at the same time, we were also directed to identify appropriate future land use characteristics that could coexist with the wildlife, habitat, natural environment, and then operations of the airport. We were also directed to identify appropriate buffering tools, building design, development characteristics to reduce the impacts on agricultural uses and important wildlife habitats. And then along the same veins, come up with recommendations to mitigate impacts from air quality, or on air quality, water quality, and noise and light. And then additionally looking at future annexation potential for that property in Salt Lake County. So jumping into the plan, the vision map is what you guys probably see on other planning documents, a land use map, a future land use map. In this plan, it's called a vision map. It proposes areas of natural open space that are primarily connected to wetland areas. Then you can see this hatched zone, which is what we're calling transitional. And this is an area where there are existing residential properties as well as agricultural properties that the plan anticipates some of those transitioning over to industrial uses in the future. Public comment did make it clear that several property owners do not wish to transition and want to stay there. So the following, I'll go over the slides, but we do have tools in the plan that we're trying to mitigate those impacts on the people that would like to stay and not transition to industrial and would like to stay residential or agriculture. And then you can see the gray is business park and industrial. This is pretty much in line with the existing plan. It follows those areas pretty closely with what the existing plan proposed. And then you can see the airport. So on the draft that was released in July, there are a couple main differences between that draft and then this draft that's before you. The first one is that the airport provided comments that they didn't feel. So initially that airport property was shown as business park or industrial. They asked us to change that and give them their own category because they didn't feel like that accurately represented their vision for their property, which they, like I said before, they don't anticipate on developing it, and it will probably stay open besides airport serving uses. And then the other key change from the draft in July to now is the area between that goes along the Jordan River and then the city's, you can see my mouse, the city's drainage canal. So this area in between here and coming down, that was originally shown as natural open space. After reviewing internally and in response to some public comments, we changed that to transitional zoning. It was determined that we didn't feel that we could designate entire properties that aren't connected with wetlands as open space and limit those development rights, that it puts the city at the risk of an economic taking of property. So along with the vision map, there's design standards. And these design standards, like I mentioned, are intended to mitigate the impacts of future development on existing structures and on the natural habitat. So there are a lot of design standards in the document. I'm trying to pull out some key ones that I think are the most significant. The first one is maximum building frontage along 2200 West. So there's two, if you're in the transitional zone, the maximum building frontage would be 250 feet, and then the business park or industrial would be 400 feet. The next one is development buffers from wetlands, canals, and the Jordan River. You can see on this chart that they vary from what land use category you're in, and then they vary for each use. And then we are proposing a 65-foot buffer from existing residential development, and this would be structure to structure. So from a single-family home to an industrial building, it would be a 65-foot buffer. Right now, the M1 zone doesn't have a setback, so you could build right up to the property lines. So this is intended to help mitigate that concern. Allow development to be clustered. So if they're maintaining sensitive habitat, then we would allow them to, it's recommended to allow them to modify the minimum lot size so that they could cluster that development and stay out of sensitive habitat areas. Then the design standards also go over, it just has an emphasis on appropriate building materials and design. So you'll see stuff about building material, like a certain amount of frontage can't be one material. So things about glass. There's also stuff about lighting to mitigate impacts to the neighboring properties and as well as wildlife. And then encourage native landscaping and prohibit turf grass. So along with the design standards, then there's the implementation chapter. So the first one is adopt development code updates. So the plan recommends several development code updates. I'll go over a few of those, but they are listed in your staff report. One of them would be to explore conditional uses rather than permitted uses for potentially hazardous uses like turf grass, like a playing field that could be leaching fertilizer and turf grass into those wetland areas. Also, let me hold my notes. Oh, and then one of the directions is reviewing the landscape standards for both the M1 zone and the BP zone. Adopt the design standards that are recommended in the plan. So right now, design standards would need to be codified into the code. So one thing to point out is I noticed through public comment there was confusion that it seemed like people thought that once the plan was adopted, it meant that those buffers were immediately adopted, and that's not the case. Those would need to be codified into the code. Then, like I mentioned before, allow flexibility in the building envelope if clustered, and then the environmental buffer. Then the next one is evaluate funding solutions for the future development of 2900 West. I'll cover that in just a moment. And then as well as reconstruction and improvements to 2200 West. And then evaluate the feasibility of acquiring sensitive lands as city-owned open space. Through public involvement, it was clear that there is a priority for the public to keep some natural open space. And so this directive is for that, but then the next chapter of the plan provides a toolkit to actually preserve that open space, which I'll go over in a moment. Requires small area utility plans. So this one is different from the public draft. This is an addition that was added in. And this was because public utilities wanted us to think bigger. So right now, when you apply to develop a property, you do have to submit a utility plan and make sure that you can provide sewer and water and all those things. This is intended to look beyond that and look at the larger area so that you're not just looking at, the developer wouldn't just be looking at their property, but considering the context of what could be developed around them. So say they had to put in, and I don't know these terminology, but a 20-inch line for water, this would be requiring them to do a larger one to accommodate more development that could potentially be coming. And then develop environmental impact standards. This one also changed from the public draft. The public draft said require an environmental impact statement, and Public Utilities recommended we change this because this would be able to be codified, and it would be easier for staff to manage the review and actually make requirements of developers to mitigate the natural environment or natural hazards. And then coordinate police and fire service. After talking with the fire department, they had mentioned that they might need, and they likely would need, land set aside for a fire station in conjunction with probably a joint police and fire station. So this was added in. And then support the annexation of contiguous parcels in the project area. So like I mentioned, one of the key action items is on transportation, and one of them is amend the major streets plan. So I wanted to point out the key differences. The first one is this 2900 West north-south collector. This is intended to be built as part of that Scannell subdivision that I mentioned before, but on the off chance that that subdivision doesn't go through, although that developer is supposed to be building that road, this gives us funding tools to make sure that happens, to relieve the development to relieve traffic from 2200 West. So the vision with this is that truck traffic associated with industrial development would largely go on that 2900 West road and stay off of 2200 West. And then the next one is 3200 West. On the existing streets plan, that's shown as a collector road. We lowered that to a local street, and actually we originally wanted just to show it as an unimproved road, but the transportation division, that's not a category on the streets plan, so we had to do a local street. But the vision for this road is that it would remain unimproved, unpaved, and that development would not face 3200 West and would be prohibited from facing 3200 West. And then the last one on here is this Y-shaped airport road. So it comes through the project area here. This is taken from the airport master plan. I included this image so you could see how it comes around and then directly connects to the airport here. And this is because they have future plans to expand the runway right here, which would make 2100 North not passable. So they needed this changed alignment to access the airport. And then the toolkit. Like I mentioned before, the plan suggests different tools for land preservation, as well as financial tools to fund those roadway improvements. The plan has quite a few tools listed. I just put some on the screen that received the highest amount of support from public involvement. So regulatory tools, the public was supportive of clustering development, as well as looking into sensitive landscape studies. Incentive-based tools, the public was supportive of conservation easements as well as purchase of development rights programs, and then land exchanges. So these tools would be, the plan doesn't recommend a specific tool over another. It lists the pros and cons, and these would be looked at a future point when, if we're directed to look at land to preserve. So as far as public involvement, this we did receive a lot of public involvement on this plan. I think if I had to summarize what we heard, it was really two sides of the aisle here. A lot of property owners are concerned with industrial development that's proposed impacting their quality of life, that they don't want to leave and that they're nervous about what that would mean for them. And then the other side we heard a lot of is that the buffers in the plan are too restrictive, the maximum building frontage is too restrictive, and that this would hamper future growth and development of the area. So with that, staff is recommending that you forward a positive recommendation to the City Council for both the North Point Small Area Plan and the amended streets plan. Although you do have options, you can give us direction. We can come back to you with a revised plan. You can also add recommendations that we would modify. So, and that concludes my presentation.
Any questions for Chrissy?
I do. Chrissy, explain to me why you're recommending rezoning AG2 and AG5 to M1.
Yeah, so that's largely looking at what's already happening. So we are getting lots of petitions, lots of, well, inquiries. We've had a few petitions come in and inquiries to develop that area as M1, as light industrial, as well as just looking at the natural evolution of agriculture. Some of those property owners have expressed that they're not interested in keeping agriculture, so light manufacturing seems like the next logical step. I don't think I mentioned this in my presentation, but we wouldn't be supportive of residential in that area because of the proximity to the airport. So to give options for property beyond agriculture, light manufacturing seemed like the logical next step.
Are you guys able to hear me now?
Oh, lightly.
Maybe. Lightly. Is this better if I get closer?
Yeah, that's better.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you. Hi, I'm Olivia with Logan Simpson. I helped put this plan together. I wanted to point out also that there is a fiscal analysis of the area within this plan. I think it's Appendix A. I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to double check. One of the appendices is a fiscal analysis, and it shows kind of the market demand for industrial as well. So that's another big supporting factor of that.
I have a question for you. You're talking about making changes to the M1 and BP zones. Would that extend to all the M1 and BP zones in the city?
It would, unless we did some type of overlay or, we could explore other options.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a public hearing on this, so let's jump right into it. Okay, I'll open the public hearing. The first card I have is from Dorothy Pappas Owens. And are you with the Community Council? Okay, so you get 5 minutes. So if you'll come up to the microphone and they went now. I'm here. Okay, the consensus is you'll have to use the podium. And just remember to state your name for the record, please.
My name is Dorothy Pappas Owen. I live at 793 North Sir Patrick Drive. I am the chair of the West Point Community Council, and I have been the chair for the last 6 years. It has been quite a ride. You know, we have had the prison come in, we've had the inland port, we've dealt with Ivory and the Swanner property, we've dealt with the annexation with North Salt Lake. Our motto is, we don't do boring. The first time I came here, the chair of the Planning Commission, you know, always offers the local community council spot, and he said, well, there really isn't a community council out there. And I waved my hand, and I said, yes, there is. And as a result, we have been very diligent in making sure that we are educated and active and see this as a very important part of our job. And we have been looking forward to coming today to deal with this plan for 4 years. 3 years ago, almost 3 years ago, the Salt Lake City Council under Councilman Rogers approved the money for this master plan update. We had advocated for it for at least a year before he was able to get it through. It is now 3 years, almost 3 years later. It had been our plan and hope and that this would be a fantastic tool to address a lot of the ongoing issues that plague us for the last few years and plague you, because we come here often to have to deal with zoning requests. And we basically took the advice of Nick Norris when he said you need to pay attention to your master plans and not spend so much time on the zoning stuff. Where you can make an impact is the master plan. We took that to heart. It's not just a master plan for the people who live on that, in this area that you're talking about here. The master plan is important because it also deals with major policy issues of the city, annexation, the Utah Inland Port Authority, you know, the whole Scannell, Ivory, Swanner property, which, you know, all of these could be addressed through this plan. And so we're very hopeful in doing that, and we've worked very closely with that. What I want you to know is that on page 9 of the report, there's a very nice chart talking about public input and all the public input that was done during those 3 years. But what it doesn't say is that most of that public input was people being asked to give input to the planners to help them develop their recommendations. It was only in September when we met, when we had the first public meeting where the public that had been providing input for 2.5 years finally was able to look at the vision map and provide feedback on what was being recommended, and finally saw the recommendations. And that's the part that's really missing here, is now that we have recommendations and a vision map, the public needs to be engaged in responding to that. We had a fantastic meeting in September. The planners came and did a great job. We planned it so that it was in the neighborhood. We had it at the Mosquito Abatement District, standing room only. We had it online. We had a lot of posters and that explaining it, because this is a 139-page master plan. It is not an easy document to navigate. You really have to work at it. And so we had this fantastic meeting, very civil, I think everybody was pleased with it. We were so pleased with it that we were recruiting members for the board. And we took...
You have 1 more minute.
Okay, so the bottom line is what was presented on September 14th is not what is being presented to you. And when we finally got the revisions, those revisions were sent to us on the 13th of October with a note of 30 words saying that these were the changes. It was only after a week of really going through the 2 documents that we realized what the changes were substantial, and we are asking that you delay this public hearing so that the people that are most impacted have time to review those and understand them and appreciate what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my next card is from Jason Hurd. So if you will state your name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes.
My name is Jason Head. I'm here representing Dave Tolman of XL Development and Dakota Pacific Real Estate, who together own and control about 150 acres on the east side of 22nd West, from about 28 North to 33rd North. I'm here to represent that my clients are in support of adopting this plan with a couple of exceptions. We ask that you eliminate the maximum building frontage along 22nd West. We also ask that you consider reducing the setback off of the city canals from 75 feet to 50 feet. We are also sponsors of the annexation petition of 160 acres that you hopefully will soon be seeing. The city has certified it, and it's going through the process. You'll probably see it in 6 weeks or so. If the city's intent is indeed to see industrial development in this area, 250 feet and 400 feet just simply don't work for modern industrial buildings. To give you some perspective, Scannell, who's fully entitled to develop 4 million square feet or something like 6 million square feet across the street from us, their first phase is going to have a building that's 2,000 feet long along 22nd West. And Hamilton Partners, to the south of the residential area on 22nd, their buildings are 400 to 500 feet. So we're already in the deep end, and again, if you want industrial development, those limits just simply don't work for modern facilities. And then on the setbacks off of the city canals, these run through Dave Tolman's properties. There currently exists a 100-foot riparian setback off the Jordan River, and there currently exists a 50-foot setback off of the city canals that run through his property. We believe those are ample and adequate to protect open space, and we feel that 75 feet is an overreach. So please adopt this plan, but with those exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you. My last card is from Soren Simonson. Are you here representing a group, or?
I'm here representing the Jordan River Commission. I
Okay.
have a couple of exhibits that I just wanted to pass around.
Okay. As a representative of that organization, I'll give you the 5 minutes.
Sir, can you please state that for the record again in the microphone?
Yes, I'm happy to. My name is Soren Simonson. I'm the executive director of the Jordan River Commission. We're a interlocal agency that includes Salt Lake City as one of about 30 different local and state government partners and a number of business and nonprofit organizations. So I'm here in my official capacity. Again, my name's Soren Simonson. So I was anticipating this meeting after the briefing that I attended, I think it was a couple months ago, and was a little bit surprised when I started getting some phone calls about the elimination of the buffer that was identified in the vision plan in the previous version. I had a chance Monday to visit with the planner, Chrissy Gilmore, a little bit more about this, and discovered that there were some really substantial changes since that meeting and briefing that you received previously. My request would be that we postpone taking action tonight and allow the Community Council and the steering committee or advisory committee that's been involved with this project over the last almost year and a half an opportunity to consider these changes and maybe give advice and input before you consider it. If that's not possible and your intention is to take action tonight, I would ask that you consider the following 3 amendments or considerations for your motion. First of all, we would like to recommend as a commission that you reinstate the buffer between the Jordan River and the freeways as presented in the previous and initial Planning Commission briefing. The justification for this as a taking typically applies when you're making a zoning change, and this is a visioning document, a master plan or small area plan. So in fact, designating an area of buffer or natural open space wouldn't be considered a taking especially considering that the tools that would prevent it from becoming a taking are outlined in the small area plan. This includes purchasing property, purchasing development rights, transferring development rights, clustering, and other ordinance changes or new tools that don't currently exist in the city code that would allow you to do something like this without taking property from a private property owner. The idea of transfer of development rights is stated specifically, explicitly in Plan Salt Lake as a tool to do exactly the kind of buffering and environmental protection for wildlife habitat that's contemplated in this plan. And we think it's a really important tool. We've advocated for that tool with many communities along the Jordan River for many years. The second one would be to correct an error on page 18. In the previous versions of the plan, there was identified a Jordan River buffer of 100 feet or 75 feet. In the previous versions of the plan, I had assumed that this was in reference to the city's riparian overlay ordinance. But in the current version of the plan, it references specifically the Blueprint Jordan River, which was just adopted as an update earlier this year in 2022. That plan specifically references 200 feet minimum and 300 feet preferred for this particular stretch of the Jordan River. And that's primarily because this area is part of a connected riparian habitat area. Even though there aren't wetlands connected to it, upland areas are critical habitat along with wetland areas in the river itself. There are significant natural habitats to the north and to the south of this, and so disconnecting those and not allowing the habitat to be continuous is considered a significant risk to wildlife. And the third consideration, and this isn't one that's been discussed with the advisory committee, but just given some of the concerns about residences continuing here, that you might consider a business park designation east of 2200 West, especially in those areas that would abut the canals and the Jordan River, which may be friendlier both to the residences and to the river and to the canals as riparian and wildlife corridors than the very large-scale manufacturing purposes, which may be more appropriate on the west side and closer to manufacturing and industrial uses that are further to the south. That could be an appropriate transition around residences and transitioning to land uses that also exist in North Salt Lake across the river, which I believe is a business park type setting as well.
That's your 5 minutes.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak? Okay. You in the front there, go to the podium, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jack Ray, and I'm here on behalf of Rudy Reclamation, which owns about 1,800 acres immediately abutting this area. It's on the west side of 3200 West. We appreciate the city undertaking this process. We appreciate their reaching out to us and to other stakeholders. In terms of the Great Salt Lake, what's often lost is the fact that 80 to 90% of the bird species, migratory bird species that depend on the Great Salt Lake, actually depend on the freshwater marshes that fringe the lake. Those freshwater marshes abut. They abut 3200 West on the west side. It's some of the most sensitive habitat along the Great Salt Lake. And so we support the city's recommendation that 3200 West remain unpaved. It's considered a birding hotspot. We would like to see it remain that way. And we also support the fact that development not face 3200 West in order to mitigate some of the impacts of development on those very sensitive wetlands just on the other side of the road. We also believe that the buffering requirements should apply along 3200 West as well. As I mentioned, those are very sensitive areas. I tried to arrange to show a video, unfortunately a little bit too late, showing some of the, the numbers of birds, migratory birds that are using that area right now. And they depend on it throughout the year at different times and different phases of the migration. Salt Lake County has designated that area in their recent master planning process as the Shoreline Heritage Area. And the name they gave that area speaks to its importance and its significance as wildlife habitat with an emphasis on preservation. Rudy Reclamation, that I'm here on behalf of, has been nurturing and preserving and caring for that habitat for over 110 years. We consider it a significant and serious stewardship and one that we intend to carry forward for another century. And we hope that the city undertakes processes that will enable us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else? Okay, step up there and state your name for the record, and you get 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Carson Kronk. I'm a resident of Salt Lake City and a real estate broker for 2 families in this area. The foundation of economic flow and supply chain management is built upon industrial uses and warehousing. As I'm sure you've all noticed, Utah and Salt Lake City in specific has seen a very intense demand for industrial, especially over the last few years. This intense demand has actually put landowners here in this area at a very advantageous position to sell their properties for hundreds of thousands and in some cases millions more than they would in the traditional residential market. As a real estate broker and as an American, I believe it is my right to buy, use, and sell property with an intent to make a profit for the highest and best use. Myself and the families I represent fully support and believe industrial is the highest and best use for this area and that their lives are going to be significantly better from this opportunity. One last note, Chrissy, I know this has been a very long, emotional, and difficult process, so I just wanted to say thank you for hearing everyone's opinions and reflecting those in the plan. I have read both versions of the plan and look forward to reading the continued alterations. Thank you.
Thank you. You know the drill now, right?
I have an exhibitor as well, if you want to pass that around. Take one and pass it. My name is Eric Orm. I'm a property owner in this area at 3215 North, 2200 West. I'd like to give my input on a couple of issues that would cause significant negative impact to mine and my neighbor's property on the west side of 2200 West, between 3000 and 3300 North, encompassing about 32 acres of the area plan. I would like to bring to the attention to the 200-foot wetland buffers proposed in the area plan. A little background about buffers and appropriate sizing. Large wetland buffers are typically defined as 100 feet and usually involve an open water component. Multiple studies performed by the Army Corps of Engineers and U.S. Geological Survey show that 50 to 100 foot vegetative buffer is effective for filtration and suspended sediment runoff at up to a 5% slope. The slope in the surrounding wetlands in the subject area in the middle of that map I just gave you is under 0.5%, and there's no open water component. I have consulted with an environmental and wetland firm for the impact of the potential wetlands near my properties. Many of their scientists have extensive experience working for the Army Corps of Engineers. Their professional opinion is that a 200-foot buffer seems excessive given the characteristics of the area, and that a more appropriate size would be 75 to 100 feet. They have stated their willingness to prepare a report for the city, but due to the short time constraints, they were not able to have this prepared for this evening. The implications of the large wetland buffers that are being proposed are severely stripping away the property rights and development potential, specifically of those of us along the west side of 2200 West and between 3000 and 3300 North, that area in blue there on your map. If you look on the second map, the red area is what the buffer would take away from our properties, which is between 30 to 50% of our properties would be deemed undevelopable.
Thank you.
Can I say one more thing? I'm also representing my neighbor, so if I could just have 30 more seconds. At the bottom of page 19 of this area plan, it includes when buffer is applied during development of a property, the city must consider the potential for regulatory taking of property. I had to look that up, what that meant. And it means
Okay.
regulatory taking of property means
thank
the
you.
act of which government restricts the owner's rights.
Sir,
So much of the government action becomes the functional
Sir.
equivalent of physical seizure.
your time is up.
Can I represent
Thank
another?
you. No.
I would just like to thank the planning staff for their
Thank
help
you.
through all this as well. Thank you.
State your name for the record and you get 2 minutes.
Who gets 2 minutes and who gets 5 minutes? I'm just curious. The first three people had 5 and everybody else gets 2?
No, the 2 people that got 5 minutes were representing qualified community organizations.
Fair enough, fair enough. My name's Brad Auger. I'm a lifelong resident of this area, a landowner out there. I'd love to give you guys some context of what really exists out that area. There are some large parcels of land, some great farmland out there, and legacy properties. And I think that anything around an airport, and my opinion and how I feel about that area is, I think that it should be commercial industrial. Having lived there, I mean, to put it in context, there's roughly 48 residences that envelop over 1,000 acres of land. Some of these people that oppose them are people that have come in and bought some of these really dilapidated homes on like a quarter of an acre, and they want to raise all kinds of hell about, you know, this is our legacy home and stuff. And those of us that have been out there forever see the value. And if you look at any major city, look around the airport. I mean, that's where all the commercial is. It supports the airport. And any land that's developable out that way is where it should go. It just doesn't make any sense to me to not go commercial for many reasons. And so that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Is there anyone online?
Nobody on WebEx at this time.
Nobody on WebEx? No
And no emails.
emails? All right, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to staff and the commission.
Can I just raise an issue about the conditional use for toxic runoff? I hear what you're saying. I guess I have sort of concerns about additional conditional use because, one, it always takes staff time, and then I don't know, like, I don't have an environmental engineering background, so when it comes, my understanding legally, we more or less have to approve conditional uses. All we can do is put a set of conditions on them. But as somebody with no environmental engineering background, I wouldn't have the first clue what would be reasonable conditions to put on that. So I don't know, it's just something I'm a little bit wary of.
That's a good point.
This is a legislative item instead of administrative? So is tabling a possibility? It is? It's not already on the next guy's agenda?
Tabling certainly is a possibility, but if you were to do that, we'd ask for some rationale as to why you would be tabling.
Chrissy, did this plan like change or something quicker than they usually do, or is this just since we haven't done a master plan for 22 years, it seems like we just haven't done this process before? Or what's the deal?
I do believe it's stuck generally with the contract with the consultant with the timeline that they anticipated for draft plan review. It did actually go out a little bit, so it's shifted. It was intended to be adopted in the summer, and we shifted that. But I can see the concern that the plan did change, but I feel like we were upfront that we were going to take that public comment and make edits to the plan. There were significant changes as far as or not significant, there were changes as far as typos and rewriting things for clarity where we noticed there was confusion. And then the few significant changes I tried to point out to you about the vision map, the major streets plan addition, and those couple implementation items.
So the changes, the nature of the changes between the community input meeting in September and the one that was published for us were what? Can you summarize those quickly?
The change from on the vision map where the area between the canal and the Jordan River was changed from open space to...
Point that out on the map here for everybody.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This area here,
Mm-hmm.
right, changed
From open space to transitional. And then the other one was on this lower portion, the airport-owned property was changed to an airport-specific designation.
Brenda, if you're going to have
Sorry, Brenda. You need to get next to
you
your
grab
microphone.
that microphone over there?
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
One or the other.
So, okay, just to clarify for the commission and people watching at home, this changed to throw it back to the airport essentially to do whatever they feel like, they feel like, right? So we don't know. And what else?
And then the implementation section was modified, so some implementation actions were combined with each other, and then a couple were added, like the require small area utility plan was added in. The amend the major streets plan was added in.
So the major street plan was not going to be something that would be part of the plan?
No, and then with discussing with internally, we decided to propose that at the same time.
Okay. So the major street plan change really is to make 2900 a...
So, and 2900 West was on the original draft. You can see it right there.
Right.
It's just to actually make that change on the major streets plan.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Simonson also mentioned that the Jordan River buffer.
Changes in the buffers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll have Olivia pipe in on that too. So I don't think the actual buffer distance has changed, but we had the consultant add in references for those buffers so that we knew where they were coming from and to try and justify those. So I think that the reference is just wrong because after reviewing those with public utilities, we didn't change the recommended buffer area, like distance, like it stayed at 100 feet.
Oh, just the authority document?
Yeah, I think the
changed?
reference for where that came from is
And
wrong.
can you still fix that?
I think,
So the buffer is going from 200 back to 100?
I don't believe that it said 200 before. I think it was...
I think it was 100.
There's quite a bit of evidence that other people believed it.
Well, no, 200 is the buffer from the wetlands. We're talking about the buffer from the Jordan River.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm inclined to support tabling this for a number of reasons. One, the community. I do believe that there has been a lot of activity in this area that was out of the control of all of us, that this represents a vision for the future of what there may be a little bit of modicum of public control for. And so I think if the idea that there was substantial enough changes for them to, that we should table it for that reason. I'll just list out some of my rationale. And so I can please, hopefully, please Paul in this as well.
So are you going to make a motion? Because then you can use those excuses as the reasons.
Bingo. My second rationale is I actually do not personally agree with changing the AG zones to M1. The reason behind that for myself is that the rationale for all the density that we are encouraging and realizing in the city, one of those rationale points is that we preserve open space elsewhere by taking development pressure off of those spaces by, densifying other areas that are appropriate. And I don't see that we're doing that. I think it is unfortunate that the airport is located where it's located, given that it is in a sensitive ecological area. And I've never felt that this was the right area for a lot of what's going on out there. I don't have control over all those end zonings, but we have some AG2 and AG5 zones that I think we should be preserving, because not everything has to be developed. Not everything has to be industrial. Not everything has to be. We should be preserving open space as that kind of balance for the density that we're incurring elsewhere in the city. One of my other things I want to bring up that I would like to be looked at a little bit more closely is this idea of the Army Corps of Engineers having specific standards for types of vegetation for certain ecological buffer zones, whether it's to riparian or a wetland, and that if there are specific vegetation choices, that those be spelled out instead of in a toolkit of like, we'd like to see you do this, that if we're going to provide X feet for a buffer in a specific area, that we actually do spell out what that vegetation choice means. And I think I have a couple others, but. Oh, and then I actually would like a little bit more clarification on this idea that if it's in a vision document, does that really represent a taking? If we leave something as open space, I read the rationale you gave, but then does that really equal a taking if we're not taking it? It's just, hey, we'd like to see this as open space at some point, and maybe that manifests, maybe it doesn't. I don't know, and maybe Paul would like to weigh in on that, but if not tonight, that would be something I would like.
If the city declares private property open space, there's a very good chance that we could be paying a lot of money for that property after a takings lawsuit.
So is a small area plan considered then designating private property as open space if we say, oh, we'd like to see this as open space at some point, but not changing the designation of it?
What's the point of the master plan if you're not laying the groundwork for zoning?
Well, that's the point. We're laying the groundwork, but we're not actually taking it.
You could be laying the groundwork for a transfer of development rights. For example.
I mean, I think, I don't know the answer to that, but I think that I'm a little curious about how that.
I mean,
Yeah,
ultimately,
really
it would be the action of rezoning that would be the taking.
Right.
But the
Yeah,
whole
but a master plan doesn't rezone.
Correct. The whole point of the master plan is to lay the groundwork for the zoning.
And so that's where I'm stuck, is if the master plan isn't actually rezoning it, but it's saying like, if the opportunity comes up, we would like to see this as open space given this toolkit, and maybe we utilize some of those things, but we're not actually rezoning it. And so they could come with a development that meets that current zone, and that's their right, and that's what it is. I'm not settled on that. I think that's a little muddy for me, and I'd like to maybe explore that a little bit more. Those are my main points.
Commissioner Berry, if I could just jump in and address a couple of those points. There is also an option to provide a motion to the city council to consider these comments that you've made or concerns that were raised by the community council and the members of the public this evening, to have staff do additional research and to make amendments to the master plan as appropriate for the city council review. Additionally, the comment about the ag properties being rezoned to M1, as part of this small area plan, the city does not intend on initiating any zoning map amendments associated with this small area plan. It would all be private petition initiated and not city driven, as it is now. So.
Okay, I think I would like in the small area plan to not even state that you're supporting rezoning AG2 and 5 to M1. I hear what you're saying, Kelsey, but I think the changes are substantial enough that it warrants some more conversation with some of those community organizations that need a chance to really weigh in to make this a good vision. So I personally, I think, favor tabling, but I'll listen to some more discussion and then.
I feel like I don't have a strong opinion on tabling or recommending. I really feel like I'm not allowed to abstain. But I really do feel like I don't have a good informed opinion on this. But on the agricultural versus light manufacturing or industrial, and some of the public comments raised the issue of water intensity. I think the agricultural use is more water intensive. So I guess from a water use standpoint, kind of anything other than agriculture in Utah seems better on water. I think basically there's I think like tract housing, the sort of like development I hate, is still better on water use than agriculture in Utah. But no, I'm open to anybody. Anybody can convince me. I'll vote. Well, anyway, I'll stop.
I just wanted to say amen to everything that Amy said. I really don't understand why we would want to transition this area to industrial.
Yeah.
I support that as well. One of the first questions I had when I looked at this plan was, why here? Especially with the things like the inland port that's going to be offering, I'm sure, billions of square feet of warehouse space. What makes this a particularly attractive spot for this kind of development, given the kind of impacts it potentially has on the surrounding area? So it may be a good idea. I think, though, that there's a rationale for why it should be tabled is because we need more time to look at it.
Do you want me to respond to the industrial question? I couldn't tell if that was figured.
Yeah, I think I can help a little bit there, because I think what has happened is that in 2000, when this was designated as a lot of it was designated as M1, people purchased this property with the intention, and did come to us for really large development that we have already approved. So they are entitled on a good bit of the land that's already in this plan for M1 zoning. So once they are entitled, then others who also have the same M1 designation, current M1 designation now, are also in the throes of planning projects for this area. So part of why we're even here talking about this is that I think there was a sense that because this was a very delicate part of the world, that there ought to be different considerations. It may be, and this is why I was asking the question about if we change the M1 zone, we change it everywhere. So issues that are arising as a part of this project might also have an effect on all kinds of M1 projects going in, including the inland port, which is what's implied in this recommendations. So it is, for that reason too, I think it needs to be looked at fairly carefully. If the city is in fact planning or thinking of planning or putting into a plan that the M1 zone and the BP zones would be have minor changes, that's an important thing to have in plan. That's a substantial thing to have in a plan, and I think we haven't given enough time or have any notion of what those might be in order for us to recommend that to City Council. So,
if I could just jump in just for a moment. and address a couple of the comments. I do understand the concerns that are being raised this evening. Just, this was initiated by the city council to drive and institute this change, knowing that this area is changing. This was spurred by an annexation request for additional property in this area. The current small area plan would essentially do what Commissioner Barry is mentioning, which is leaving the ag properties as is and the BP as is. And the properties were zoned BP and not M1 in 2000. And so just slightly different with uses and development potential. We're seeing change in this area, and that's why this was initiated by the city council to address that change. The current small area plan would leave things status quo.
I'm willing to make a motion.
Knock yourself out.
I think I shall. Given that the city council will ultimately be the decision maker and they'll decide what they feel is best, but at this point, I move that the planning commission table this petition or this project for further review with the community regarding the changes that occurred most recently, and another review of vegetation upon landscaping requirements for these buffer zones, for possibly looking at opportunities to reduce the buffers if we have very specific vegetation requirements. And I'm gonna go.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion by Amy and a second by Mike.
Can I just
Any discussion?
Yeah. Does community mean stakeholders as well, and the committee that was involved in this too?
I believe it should.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay. Amy Burrows.
Yes.
Brenda.
Yes.
Andreas.
I'll vote yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Andra.
Yes.
Amy Berry.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
And the chair will vote yes. That's a 1, 2, 3. That's 8 votes yes, and it passes.
Thank you.
So,
Madam
sorry.
Chair, with the motion, where you're requesting additional public consideration, it might be a good idea to keep the public hearing open as it was closed.
Oh, okay. Can we do that indefinitely?
I think you can amend the motion to keep the public hearing open.
I feel like you can just open
That's
the
correct.
public hearing again.
Did I just open the public hearing again?
We've done
or
that
does
before.
It have to be a vote?
We've done it both ways, so I don't know what's necessarily proper, but we've done it where we've closed it and then reopened it at another meeting, or we
I believe
hold
It's,
it
it's,
open.
it's all about notice. So when this comes back to the planning commission, we would have to renotice it as a public hearing.
Ah, okay.
That's why.
But if we leave it, if I just reopen it, then it just stays open?
Yeah, it's
Does that help the notice?
there's a procedural conundrum that I don't know if I want to express out loud. It's easier if we just keep it open.
Okay. And I can just reopen that meeting?
Right, as opposed to, the conundrum I'm thinking of is we would have to have another meeting at which you would decide at that meeting to open it, and then we'd notice after that.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and I'm not
Okay.
sure that's actually how it works. It's
Okay.
really late and I'm tired.
I understand.
And Aubrey didn't get any caffeine
So-
tonight, so.
I will reopen the public hearing on this item for a future date.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chrissy.
Thanks, Chrissy.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, we need to power through here. We have one more item. The Urban Forest Action Plan, case number PLN PCM 2022-00987.
Amanda?
And welcome, Amanda.
Thank you. Aubrey, if we've learned one thing tonight, it's that nobody in planning has a Mac.
Has a what?
Has a Mac.
Has a Mac.
Computer.
Our new presentation laptop.
Oh. I know how to work a
Take
Mac.
away one thing from this meeting.
I know how to work a Mac.
Need help. Thank you.
I don't have a Mac either, so this is my first time.
Nothing worse than seeing yourself.
Okay,
on a
that was weird, but.
Nothing worse than seeing yourself.
Right?
Okay, thank you.
I'll do whatever Paul tells me to.
I did last night. I biked downtown. It was a little crisp. It was a little crisp.
When you're ready.
But if you made it really, really difficult for me to park, so I figured downtown would be very difficult to park, and I therefore rode my bike. 15th and 15th tomorrow night, it's just not hard enough. It's just not hard enough to like get me to take my bike. If I had an e-bike, I would consider it until tomorrow night, but without an e-bike, the combination of cold, uphill, easy parking, that sort of combination of factors.
There's nothing easy about that uphill.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, hey, settle down. Settle down here. Amanda's figured out how to use the computer.
I know everyone's really excited. All right, so for the last action.
So those of you in the audience, would you, Cindy, would you and Dorothy take it outside, please? Oh, okay.
I'm staying.
You're staying. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the last item of the night is the Urban Forest Action Plan, which you had a briefing on in January, and now it is back, and we are asking for a recommendation. Case number PLN PCM
You'll need to get really close to the mic.
2022
Yeah, there you go.
987. The purpose of the action plan is to assess existing city policies and plans, review best practices with comparable climates to Salt Lake City, and provide a list of prioritized action items that will help preserve and grow our urban forest in an equitable manner. The request is the Salt Lake City Planning Division is requesting a formal recommendation from the Planning Commission to the City Council regarding the proposed Urban Forest Action Plan. Staff is recommending the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council regarding the adoption. It's going to be a similar presentation to what you saw, but shortened from previous meetings. So when Plan Salt Lake was adopted in 2015, residents named the urban forest as one of the city's greatest assets. The action plan is also supported by Plan Salt Lake's neighborhoods, transportation, and mobility and air quality guiding principles. The main principle that speaks to the importance of the urban forest is Guiding Principle 8, Beautiful City, which states Salt Lake City residents and visitors recognize our green network, including our urban forest, parks, and street trees as one of our greatest assets. We recognize that this green network contributes to a healthy and beautiful city, and we will continue to make its maintenance and expansion a priority. The Urban Forest Action Plan recommends goals, objectives, and actions to implement this vision as outlined in the master plan. The action plan strategies include the urban forest is public infrastructure. It's a living infrastructure that interacts with the other built and natural systems within the city. Plan to conserve resources and maximize the urban forest return on investment. So we need to use our resources wisely and consider the value of the forest for a variety of services, such as its ability to cool temperatures, slow stormwater flows, and its documented impact on increasing property values and retail rental rates in retail districts. Partner to distribute urban forest benefits equitably. And then number 4 is plan and design the urban forest in the public interest. So As the city grows and develops, we need to use urban design principles to create inviting and attractive and comfortable places for people and enhance livability through incorporating pedestrian-first streetscapes. And then also the plan speaks to developing urban forest districts to create senses of place in different neighborhoods. The urban forest benefits, they're outlined in the plan. I have the slides at the end of the presentation if we want to go into details, but the urban forest mitigates adverse environmental impacts, mitigates the impact of the urban heat island effect, reduces energy consumption, promotes active transportation and safety, and improves the physical and mental health outcomes of our citizens. Analysis. So the plan, we analyzed multiple things, but we looked at tree canopy coverage, surface temperatures, historical redlining, and specific community health measures within the master plan areas, and these included asthma rates and insurance, health insurance among residents. Here is an analysis of the existing urban canopy from 2014. We are still working on gaining more recent data, but this is what we have at the moment. As mentioned in the briefing, City Creek master plan area does have the highest canopy level. We left that out of the data because there is not a lot of residential in comparison to the area as a whole, but that is where most of the highest percentage cover. It's at about 44%. The avenues East Bench and Sugar House have approximately twice the canopy as the northwest and west side master plan areas. And then downtown actually has one of the lowest amount of canopy coverage in all of the residential and commercial areas. The east side has 4 times the canopy of downtown. And one of the main factors is downtown is heavily paved and it has harsher growing conditions. So here's a map of the tree coverage by census tract and how it relates to the surface temperature. So just once again, we're not really looking at City Creek, but the map on the left, the darker green areas have higher coverage, and that directly relates to the surface temperature of those areas. So East Bench, Sugar House have lower surface temperatures than the West Salt Lake or Central Community. Capitol Hill does have higher temperatures, but that's because a lot of the development is west facing, and then there's also industrial uses on the west side of the master plan area. And impacts of redlining. So the map on the left-hand side is a historical map of redlined areas in the city, and the map on the right is the surface temperature by census tract, and the surface temperature was measured at just a single point in time in 2021, and it just indicates how hot the surface feels to the touch. So the downtown surface temperature is comparable to the northwest quadrant, and as I mentioned before, the Capitol Hill area is higher based on industrial uses and the positioning of the homes. But you can see that the historically red line areas that were deemed hazardous are higher in surface temperature, and then as you move east, the surface temperature drops by census tract. Plan recommendations. So the recommendations are to ensure effective protection of the urban forest as a public good through land use policy and land management practice, value the urban forest for the entire range of the ecosystem and the quality of life benefits it provides, provide solutions in the right-of-way that will accommodate trees, access, and utilities where they compete for the same space. This would be largely in play in downtown areas. Provide guidance on urban forest priorities and preservation to project reviewers and inspectors. Plan development process. So we did a lot of internal review. The primary project team included planning. Laura Mandara, the former urban designer, started the project in planning and worked heavily with urban forestry, public utilities, and sustainability, along with multiple other city departments. There's a technical advisory committee and an internal working group. Participants provided guidance and reviewed each plan chapter. This included nonprofit groups, internal groups as well. And then we provided briefings to the Downtown Alliance. You received a briefing in January, and then the City Council just had one in July. Public engagement. Engagement started in 2019. There was a few community events where Laura provided a table with information on the plan. The in-person public engagement was paused during 2020, but the plan was still worked on internally. And then in 2021, we posted a project update, a survey to the Planning Commission's online open house webpage and gained information that way. It's still open for review. And then also in 2021, the plan was presented to multiple community councils. The presentations were really geared towards the west side community councils because that's where the urban forest is substantially less than the eastern community councils. So that's why those were targeted for their input. Recommendation. Based on the information in the staff report, planning staff recommends that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council to adopt the citywide urban forest action plan. And then please let me know if you have questions, and I have the plan pulled up so I can pull up specific pages.
Questions for
I mean, I
Amanda?
love this plan in general. I think it's one of the very best things we've done as a city. I am concerned on page 79 when you talk about impact fees as funding mechanisms, and I actually raised this with Laura as well. I mean, in addition to my concerns that it impacts affordability, I think it's also illegal. I think that under state code, impact fees that we charge developers have to be directly proportional to the increase of services that are required to. So I'm concerned about suggesting that we fund this through impact fees.
Okay. And it's page 79?
Page 79 of the staff report.
Oh, of the staff.
Or page 68 of, page 79 of the PDF.
Okay.
I mean, it probably doesn't need to be an amendment to any recommendation because this is not a binding.
Right.
This was thrown out as, hey, maybe we should just charge impact fees. So I don't think it's
Okay.
a concrete proposal, but I just wanted to alert you to that.
No, I'll take note of that. Thank you. And as was mentioned with Chrissy's item, we can make amendments before it goes to the city council.
Yeah, you just might want to maybe kind of add a little bit to that paragraph about, well, impact fees might not work so well because if we reference, and I'm sure John will help you find, Paul will help you find the part of the state code that dictates what we can charge impact fees for.
Perfect, thank you.
He looks excited.
Amanda, sorry, will you speak a little bit louder into the microphone?
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
So I have several questions. First of all, fabulous job. And I have a neighbor who has decided that his right-of-way is rocks, and that rocks are a good thing because they don't require water.
Mm-hmm.
They're very low water, which is true. Rocks
As a
hardly
fact.
require water at all. Anyway, so he got a ticket from the city enforcement division because he didn't have any vegetation. Is there a way to make tree planting, could we make a recommendation that planting trees in your tree lawn would satisfy the vegetation requirements for the city? Because
So
right now it's 30% or something like that.
It's 33%. So this plan is actually going to be influencing a landscape ordinance amendment that the planning division has just started on.
Okay.
And we are looking at counting the mature tree canopy towards that coverage requirement.
The whole canopy.
At maturity.
Okay.
Good.
So that is something that we're looking at.
Okay.
Sorry,
Because
real quick, I just want to say that the landscaping plan, or the landscaping changes that Amanda referenced, we have had initial discussions and we gave a briefing to City Council, but we don't actually have a petition initiated for that item, but that is something that we are going to be working on. But just to clarify, we don't have a petition yet for that.
Why would that not be part of this?
So this initially did have a petition initiated for the actual ordinance, but because the landscape ordinance was also in the queue, we decided to combine them. But this did have an original petition from a few years ago.
So what I mean is, why is the landscape ordinance a separate thing?
So I think it's the implementation strategies that are going to be combined with the landscape chapter, not the actual urban forest action plan.
Okay.
So that's great. Yeah, so it's
So
the
these are
implement-
changes to the landscape chapter, is what you're saying?
Yes, so as
Potentially.
part of those strategies that are part of this urban forest action plan, those actual implementation steps will be part of the landscape changes that we'll be initiating. So those two will be combined.
All right.
But this plan itself is separate.
All right, so the other things, and I apologize for not reading the entire many hundred pages.
It was
report.
106.
And so if this is in here, it's great. and if it's not, can we put it in?
Definitely in there.
Okay, so the first thing is you said that Plan Salt Lake addresses this by talking about beautiful cities, but you've made the case very well in this particular document that it's not just about beauty. And it's about a lot of other things too. And so I am wondering if we can propose an amendment to Plan Salt Lake that would better address the environmental, the climate action, the et cetera, of landscaping, trees, particularly tree canopy in our city, so that when we come through with a project, we are able to say, I'm sorry, this does not comply with Plan Salt Lake because you have cut down all the trees.
You could propose an amendment and institute it. That would be a possibility. With the Beautiful City Guiding Principle, that is the one that specifically speaks to the urban forest, but the other guiding principles under the initiatives also speak to the importance of the urban forest and trees.
Under what initiatives?
Under the transportation initiative, under the air quality.
Okay.
If I can just jump in, so the recent proposed ordinance for the downtown building heights, if you remember back in August, that you provided a positive recommendation to City Council, that does actually include some pretty beefy standards for street trees and tree canopy coverage. So we are increasing that requirement pretty substantially. And then our urban forester, as of recently, and not so recently, but I think they're taking a harder line with development, will not be so readily approving the removal of street trees.
Am I mistaken that you can just ask the city to come bring a tree?
It's true.
So your neighbor, you might suggest that.
I already asked them to come and bring a tree. And when they get there with it, I'm going to give it to my neighbor. So anyway, because I have 5 street trees in my
Planted in the
tree
middle of
lawn.
the
But
night.
anyway, they haven't called me back yet. So
Yes,
that
you
I
can
hope
do
that the urban forester calls me soon. Anyway, just
you
just
can
kidding.
do that, but the watering requirement is on the homeowner, and so that's actually something that we looked at as something that might be inequitable because of the price of watering. And some people don't know that you can get free trees for your park strip, so promoting that program, but that is an option.
And the other thing is, and if this is included again, I'm sorry. We have several streets where street trees are absolutely basically historic. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if there's not a recommendation to designate these streets as tree preservation streets or historic tree preservation streets or something like that, mm-hmm. and make it really clear that I know you can't tear things down like that, but really, even if you're UTA and you want to build a damn bus stop, excuse my language.
It's late.
Bad Brenda.
That you can't pave over a place where a tree should be. Mm-hmm. because there's a few missing, and we need to prioritize filling those back in these historic areas. But I think these date back, some of them, to pioneer days, and they should be, basically, we should restore those areas where we can, and we should venerate those trees to the extent that it would be a major thing to cut one down. You would get penalized a lot. So,
Commissioner Shear, that's a fantastic suggestion. Thank you. The urban forester does keep a list and a GIS layer for specimen trees. And they are noted they go out, I think, annually to do an assessment of the condition of the specimen trees. If a developer proposes to remove a specimen tree, the mitigation fee is significant, and they have to replace the tree with a particular width. It's not a very easy thing to accomplish, to remove a specimen tree. And then with their more recent policy of being less flexible, those specimen trees will be preserved.
if we're talking about the same trees, I mean, sometimes specimen trees are special trees on special properties, but sometimes they're just trees along the street which provide this canopy, continuous canopy. And so, of course, South Temple is one of those places, for example. But there are several others in town that I think, and on the west side, where we could really be thinking more about the legacy that we have drawn from our heritage and protect that with much greater vigor and much more seriousness than we have. Because you see it all the time, and we've had situations here where developers have come in and said, well, we really want to put, our driveway here, and so we're going to tear down 2 trees that have been there forever. You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, that's definitely understandable. We just had a conversation with Urban Forestry, and they are going to be a lot stricter with new development. Developers will not be able to come in and just remove street trees. And so it is really just, but it's being able to enforce on that. So we can look at that for the landscape ordinance amendment and see what type of enforcement action
I think it's
possible.
really, it's one of those things which, we have all these little, when we have a conditional use, or when we have this or that, or design review. I mean, it ought to show up in those requirements. Is the developer tearing down a street tree? That's significant. Or period.
Yeah, that's
Then, and if they are, then maybe no conditional use.
I have a different view. I really do think we're missing the trees for the forest in this case, because I think of places like Camas, which have approved 30,000 units because people can't afford to live in Salt Lake City with all the regulations we put on development. So I'm very wary of saving 2 trees to add cost to development and shifting people into Riverton and all these places further south that are greenfield development. They're much more land intensive, they're much more water intensive, and they're doing worse things for our air quality by encouraging people to drive more. And so I'm very hesitant about putting regulations about one. I used to live in a city that had a regulation that you couldn't tear down a tree for new development, and it was one of the most prohibitively expensive places to develop. So I'm very wary about that sort of ordinance.
I also had a thought that I'm not sure whether it's something that can be addressed in this plan or not, but I recently saw an area that was re-landscaped and some trees were added, and it's in a location where the trees will soon be torn down to complete a street. Mm-hmm. And so I definitely see that there's a possibility for better planning in terms of making sure that we don't plant trees that are going to have to be either torn out or relocated.
Yeah, no, that's definitely. And I know that we're focusing on planting larger trees that fill the space as opposed to multiple small ones to achieve the same effect.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
We have an open public comment.
We have
haven't done
public
the pub-
comments.
Oh, man, I'm getting tired. Okay, are we done with questions for Amanda for the moment? Okay. I'll open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on it? Cindy?
I hadn't planned to speak on this issue. I was just here for my own information, and I will defer at all times to Paul as legal counsel. But I see no problem making a connection between the contribution of a development to the urban heat island effect and requiring trees through impact fees. I see that as a direct connection. There's huge amounts of hard surfacing with new development that increases the heat. The trees counteract that. I see no reason that impact fees should not be eligible for replanting trees. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Anybody online? Is there anybody there? Are there any
Just SLCTV.
emails?
No emails either.
Okay, I will close. Paul, can I close the public hearing? I will close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the commission.
If no one else has any comments, I'd like to make a motion. Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council approve this proposal to adopt a citywide urban forest action plan.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Mike and a second by Amy Berry. Mike?
Yes.
Andreas?
I also want to say I'm in favor of the trees and the impact fees. But yes.
Thank you. Brenda?
Yes.
Amy Burrows?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
Amy Berry?
Yes.
And Rick?
Yes.
And the chair will vote yes. You get unanimous approval.
Ooh, good way to end the night. I'll take it.
Is there any other business?
Sort of what?
Okay, I adjourn this meeting of the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Woohoo.
Roadway with traffic unless drivers have stopped for you and acknowledged your intent to cross. Use sidewalks or pathways to keep your distance from traffic. If there's no sidewalk, stay on the shoulder and walk facing traffic. Do not get out of your vehicle when on the interstate. Call 911 and ask for the non-emergency line for vehicle assistance. Drivers, watch for pedestrians at all times, especially around intersections, crosswalks, schools, and busy areas. Always stop at the stop bar and proceed only when clear. Yield to pedestrians at crosswalks and when turning. When turning right on red, come to a complete stop and scan for pedestrians. Be alert and make eye contact with pedestrians.